Proszę Państwa, myślę, że możemy zacząć.
Dear colleagues, I think we are ready to start.
Bardzo serdecznie na
I'd like to welcome you to the 10th conference devoted to behavioral addictions.
Witam wszystkich przybyłych tutaj gości z
I would like
zagranicy.
to welcome our guests, our foreign colleagues, our colleagues from Poland, researchers, scientists, and also practitioners.
Kończąc swój udział w tej konferencji,
When we finalize our conferences, the practitioners always have heads full of new ideas, and they have a lot of concepts how to implement the scientific results into their daily practice. I would like to welcome our old friends who have joined our conference for years now. And also, I would like to welcome all the new guests to our event. Maybe some of you have joined us for the first time. I would also like to welcome you not only on my own behalf, but also on behalf of the National Addiction Prevention Center head, Mr. Piotr Jabłoński, who was not able to join us today, but I'm sure he is with us in spirit. Maybe he is also watching the YouTube transmission. This event is the first conference organized by the new institution, which is the National Addiction Prevention Center. This is the 10th conference already. As you can see, we haven't changed the order for us. This is the 10th international conference, but still we have to admit that as a new institution under a new name, we are organizing this event for the first time. I think our Polish colleagues are already aware of the organizational changes that have taken effect on January 1st this year, but I would like to clarify it for our colleagues from abroad. On January the 1st this year in Poland we had some institutional changes introduced, and the spirit of the change was to combine two agencies, the National Drug Prevention Bureau and the National Agency for Solving Alcohol-Related Problems. They have been merged into one institution, and now in Poland we have only one institution which reports to the Minister of Health and which is responsible for prevention of addictions from psychoactive substances and prevention of behavioral addictions. And in the new institution, behavioral addictions have found their rightful place, and I can assure you that all the actions that were initiated 11 years ago will be continued, and we hope to enforce those activities even further. The achievements of the National Drug Prevention Bureau, which was inherited by the new National Addiction Prevention Center, I think doesn't have to be introduced again, because as all of you might be aware, it was quite significant. The scale of research that is being done in Poland have been initiated when the Fund for Solving Gambling-Related Problems was established. And now we are able to implement the research results into our practice in prevention and in treatment of addictions. This is also thanks to the Fund for Solving Gambling-Related Problems. In other words, we received the funding which was made available to us. So we provide some educational projects, informational projects, which we have financed using that fund. And during this session today, you will have a chance to listen to the information about our media campaign, which has been organized by the National Addiction Prevention Center based on scientific data, which came from the research financed by the fund that I have just mentioned. Also, over the last year, what we have seen in the area of preventing behavioral addictions, and what I would like to point out, is the fact that the local authorities in the local counties have a new obligation. As part of the local programs for preventing alcohol addictions and drug addictions, they can also implement some projects which are related to prevention of behavioral addictions. By 2022, the prevention of behavioral addictions has been done only centrally through the National Bureau of Drug Prevention, so our previous institution, and of course by the Ministry of Health, who was the main supervisor. But starting from the 1st of January this year, behavioral addiction prevention can be done also at the level of local authorities, at the level of local counties. And from what we have seen, they have been very concerned about this new task. They are really involved, they stay in touch with us, they follow our publications related to behavioral addictions, and they also invite a lot of specialists in this field because they are intending to explore this area to be more efficient in their actions locally. This conference, just as the 9 previous events, is a scientific event. However, it's very important to us to gather here in this room and also in front of the screens the people who are practitioners. Because we are deeply convinced, and we know it as a fact, that those two areas, research and practice, should inspire each other mutually. So I hope that the study results that will be presented here will inspire many of you to provide even better actions, even more effective actions in your organizations or at the level of the local authorities that you might represent. So I would like to wish you a very fruitful 2-day conference. And I do hope that it's going to be a time well spent and time nicely spent, not only in terms of new knowledge and new competence that you might gain here, but also that you will find it as a good social event, that you will do some networking, find new contacts, exchange some experiences. So now I would like to invite our first speaker to the stage. That is Mr. Tomasz Katał, who is the Deputy Secretary Executive of the Pompidou Group, which is a part of the European Council for collaboration in the anti-drug policy. Mr. Tomasz Katał has had a number of positions in the European Council. He was involved in defining the policy regarding children and the assistance programs in Eastern Europe. So, Tomasz, welcome. This is not your first visit to Poland, as I know, and now over to you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all and foremost, I want to thank the organizers of this conference to give me the honor to speak to you this morning. A word of caution: I am not a researcher, therefore I cannot provide you with any new scientific or research-related information or evidence. Nor am I a professional who works in the delivery of services and interventions. I can only speak from a perspective of how the phenomenon is perceived on the level of policy and decision maker and the wider outlook on where we might be able to go from here. But before I start, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my Polish colleagues to having achieved to merge two administrations into one. It's been advocated by the Pompidou Group for a long time to create integrated policies in order to be able to provide integrated and more efficient services. And I understand that the fusion of two administrations is as complicated and nerve-wracking as nuclear fusion. So congratulations to you for having achieved this. Not many countries have achieved this as yet. Ladies and gentlemen, while the benefits of the internet are certainly not negligible, excessive use, though, raises unique health and ethical concerns, which are not raised to this extent by other addictive products, such as alcohol, cigarettes, or drugs. Even though young people appear to be most at risk, addictive use of internet can affect everyone, everywhere, anytime. No one is immune. What varies is the risk level. Problematic internet use, as we understand it, is often referred to, or internet addiction, what is a more widely and more colloquially used term, is a fast-growing behavioral addiction disorder resulting from the vast and legitimate use of the internet. In 2017, it was estimated that 1.5 to maybe 2% of the world population were excessively using the internet in a way that it could be considered addictive behavior. By 2020, the estimates had risen to between 7 and 10%. During COVID, it was even estimated up to 14%. If you compare this to increases in other fields such as alcohol, tobacco, and illicit drugs, these are very steep curves that have been recorded. Consequently, many governments have identified what I would like to refer to as internet addiction during my presentation as a major public health concern. The World Health Organization has characterized excessive internet use today as a growing problem. And we observe connections with the substance use disorders, and together this aggravates the risks and harms. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all familiar with the term attention economy. The attention economy business model incentivizes internet companies to create algorithms and program design that foster addictive behaviors. Staying connected is imperative to keep up the flow of behavior-related data. As a result, program developers have created a system of addictive design features. These algorithms are designed to hijack your attention, keep the user connected, collect all the data that leave traces online, and then subsequently sell the collected data. These algorithms capture users' attention and time through functions like the liking button, and they incentivize the never-ending scrolling option. And they all make use of the same addictive design elements, and that is the use of intermittent variable rewards, design that takes advantage of our desires for social validation, and features that erode our natural stopping cues, yes, our natural ability to stop. Two examples, as I said, are the like button and the infinite scroll. The thrill of constantly checking how many likes we have received easily becomes addictive. The infinite scroll option functions like a never-ending online game you don't wish to stop. I personally can attest to that. Manipulative algorithms attempt to actively influence people's behavior and we are widely exposed to it. The use of trolls, fake news, and shaming in all forms of campaigns have been excessively documented. We all remember maybe Cambridge Analytica, the consultancy firm in the US-American presidential campaign engaged by Donald Trump. This company actually claimed that they had the ability to manipulate individual voting behavior. Besides this, we can observe unintended manipulative effects, and that results from the use of platforms operating with addictive design components. These algorithms very closely monitor our reaction and behavior, so a personalized stream of stimuli can be created that keeps us connected. Emotions play a key role in this endeavor, as everyone is susceptible to influence on the biochemical level by positive and negative stimuli alike. Therefore, these design features feed you what stimulates your emotion. Unfortunately, it is easier to stimulate feelings of anger, fear, and resentment than it is to stimulate feelings of joy, affection, and security. Positive and negative emotions both have comparable ultimate power over us and value for us, but they exhibit crucially different timings. Positive emotions typically take longer to build, but can be lost very quickly, while negative emotions can come on much faster and dissipate much more slowly. They hang on with you much longer. Consequently, creating negative emotions takes less effort and leads to longer lasting engagement. This pattern has been fully understood by the self-learning algorithms, which favorably, therefore, multiply negative and aggressive messages. At the same time, we know that anger and aggression release adrenaline, an addictive substance. Ensuing craving for more bad news and scandal will increase frequency and dosage, as it does with the case of drugs. Ladies and gentlemen, badly intended operators make deliberate use of manipulation potential of algorithms. But the normal users have in most cases no manipulative intentions or motivation. And here the addictive design begins to operate below the level of our awareness. And this corrupts our thinking and perception. The widespread use of such platforms in all walks of life leads eventually to overall manipulated realities, which we perceive as true. Consequently, the feedback from social media is to reinforce whatever we think and believe. But at the same time, this diminishes our ability to see from different perspectives and to understand people who think differently. As we can already see today, the result is that existing divisions in society keep widening and bridges keep being burnt. And it makes the algorithms a major gatekeeper for the news we receive. We only get news that push our psychological buttons in the way we feel. Manipulative algorithms and addictive design have shown to incentivize outrageous and erroneous content. We see it every day. After all, what manipulates users and draws to liking and scrolling is often what is negative and outrageous. It captures our attention, we want more. And what is outrageous, unfortunately, need not have any relationship to what is true. The result is a society vulnerable, us being vulnerable, to bad actors, bad intentions, including cult personalities, extremism, and misinformation online. We become psychologically impenetrable, meaning we know that it exists, but we still fall for it. As a layperson, I think this is one of the indications of risk to be addicted. Most social media platforms, as I said, are designed to bring out moralistic and impulsive reactions because it generates people to stay connected. And what is different to outrage and misinformation, all what we had before, that is rightfully claimed, is that the volume and frequency the new technology allows for is unprecedented. The penetration level is totally unprecedented. At the same time, we also ourselves create, through these wonderful opportunities, we create online communities, unfortunately, only based on mutual likes or mutual animosities. We are creating in-groups. And as we are by nature inclined towards in-group versus out-group thinking, what we're creating with these groups is actually echo chambers, amplifying our own vision, and more important, our own rages. Hence, we become much more disposed to vex and oppress each other than to seek to cooperate and understand each other. Now, there is an emerging realization that social media may even be corrosive to the trust in institutions, news, and people among each other. Studies from the United States indicate that eroded trust resulting from digital media use becomes detrimental for the functioning of democratic institutions. Recent elections in the United States and the way they have been functioning and what they resulted in, January 6th insurgency, and the role social media and online communication played in this, probably attest to this phenomenon. The findings of these studies show that social media amplifies political polarization. It foments populism and conspiracy theories. We observe at the same time that the social movements formed in our social online groups in this climate can mobilize mass protests, online and physically in the streets. They can even challenge and overthrow authority, but they have shown no capacity or capability or willingness to negotiate or govern, to create. The challenges, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges are fake and outrage-inducing content that now has attained a level of reach and influence that was never possible before. And this is where the difference, as I said, comes in. And social media give more power and voice to the political extremes, while as an effect of our reactions, what we want to see and hear, the power and voices of the moderate majority is reduced in an unprecedented way, receives less time, attention, and room. And when the mainstream goes silent, the more radical narrative takes over and governs our perceptions and conversations. One can become scared and angry very quickly, but it takes longer, as I said, for these feelings to fade. A consequence, which actually nobody could foresee, is that negative emotions are the most often emphasized already in the news channels, in the way the information is spread at large in society. Again, to keep us engaged, to keep our attention. So internet users unintentionally and dark actors willfully, both actually through their engagement with these platforms, manipulate individuals in society. A few willfully, many of us unintentionally. In effect, we can say that such algorithms and program design is unethical, since they operate below the level of awareness and consciousness of its users. Furthermore, I would see them being impermissible when they harm users in a demeaning and exploitative way. Actually, internet addictions have shown a wide range of harmful effects already today. And these entail significant costs and consequences, not only for the individual, but also for society at large and communities. These harmful effects, as we all know, concern primarily physical and mental health, but not only. They also affect the social context, community relations, family ties, as well, collectively speaking, social cohesion and society. Society has become unprecedentedly fragmented. Furthermore, these harms impact on our capabilities that define the concept of a life and human dignity. And this is very important to realize, because when the ability to lead a life in human dignity is threatened, then you have direct human rights relevance. And while human dignity is a philosophical concept, human rights is a legal concept that has direct influence on power as a tool and leverage in our lives. And as guaranteeing human rights constitute governments' obligations, if they sign up to a convention, it entails legal obligations. This means that addressing internet addictions and related harms will require governments to act. But what would be the responses for these actions? Well, when it comes to responses, first of all, I get the feeling that there is a widespread perception that Europe lags behind in recognizing, understanding the extent of the phenomenon, etc., etc. And certainly, while we have to acknowledge that there is still more room and need for research, but at the same time we have to acknowledge we certainly know enough to act. Just to say that some research is inconclusive, that we don't know at all, is no justification for the policy level not to act. That is the difference between policy and research. Research can only come to a final conclusion on academic vigor. Policy has to act already when there is enough that we can act. Whether it was sufficient or not, history will tell. If we wait for the ultimate evidence, the problem will roll over us and we have not given a response. But there is good news. There are countries in other parts of the world that provide different examples as to what interventions could be applied, or at least which we could further explore for application here in Europe. Even though addictive behaviors related to problematic internet use are not in all aspects similar to other addictions, as I understand, there is, however, sufficient knowledge that when we can already today provide help for those in need with the knowledge and practice we've got. As internet use-related addiction have human rights relevance, as I pointed out, and appear to be affecting the functioning of democratic institutions, well, ladies and gentlemen, the Council of Europe, with its mandate on human rights, the rule of law, and democracy, is the predestined organization to address this issue on a European level. And I think it's very good news that the Pompidou Group's mandate has been enlarged, and the Pompidou Group is now mandated to address online gambling and gaming as from the beginning of next year. Our new work program will take this up. It's very ambitious. And we have to bear in mind a few lessons if we want to succeed. One being that experience has shown us, with addressing alcohol and drug addictions, that regulations alone, no matter how draconic, will not likely lead to a reduction of harms. Maybe sometimes a little bit of prevalence, but even there it's in question. But certainly does not lead to a reduction in harms. Therefore, any successful policy will require a concerted effort by all main actors in society. The Council of Europe and the Pompidou Group have the means and experience to bring these actors together and facilitate the needed work towards progress. But in order to find wide acceptance, not only amongst the industry but also among the users, these efforts can not only focus on reducing risks and preventing people from doing things, but we also have to explore at the same time how to maximize the positive side and benefits of these technologies and applications. And already we see today in the field of health and well-being, there is many positive aspects. So what we can see is if we would try to demonize because of the negative effects of addictive behaviors resulting from excessive internet use, if we demonize the technology, we demonize something what billions of people like and need in their daily life. A second time, this way we will never be able to engage in a creative way with the industry and service providers. And at the same time, we run the risk of bringing down the positive sides of the technology, which already help many people in their lives. In this spirit, we should focus on the following. We should seek to develop education models for responsible and beneficial use and application of internet-based services and technologies. We should identify and define addiction risks indicators. We've been very successful, Jean-Michel Coste mentioned when we spoke before on the European Monitoring Center on Drugs and Drug Addictions. And when it was created, everybody said impossible to find any reasonable indicators. And if yes, there would have to be 900, and that's unworkable. In the end, a workable set of indicators was developed, and we have one of the best functioning agencies on this worldwide. So if that was possible, it should be possible in this context as well. Next one is, we need to agree and promote minimum ethical standards. And the ethical standards will have to include the benefits by being ethical. Very often, ethics are seen as restrictions. Yeah, there is less opportunities, constraints. We have to emphasize clearly what the benefits of the ethical standards are for the individuals, for society, but also for the enterprises involved. And we have already seen some positive signs. Some industry companies have started to offer as a competitive advantage protective design in their applications. So also there is hope that that is possible. And last but not least, we must enhance consumer protection by setting accountability and liability standards. I'm sorry it doesn't work without regulations, at least in some fields. And what we have seen is consumer protection is historically one of the regulatory standards that does show effect on how things function. And one thing is important, accountability and liability standards not only apply to the industry. As I've indicated, individuals can also create major harm via the internet. So we must create liability and accountability standards also for the individuals. I'm running out of time. So let me close by saying, ladies and gentlemen, we're standing ready to take up this challenge at the Pompidou Group, but we need your support, wisdom, and input for that. So we're counting on you. And the last word should nonetheless be that the starting point is not with the Pompidou Group. The starting point, in my opinion, is with us. Because we have to come to accept that by heeding to our basic instincts and our craving for dopamine, we're actually very happy to live with the terms of the attention economy. I realize that every day myself. Unfortunately, this way we are unwillingly but happily keeping up the system with every click we do. As antagonistic as it may seem, it is actually us users who fuel the system that brings about the serious health risks and erodes our society. In bringing about the needed changes, therefore, the most important player is us, the public at large. The big challenge will be to find ways to engage the public at large in this process. Because what we need to do is we need to change paradigms. The paradigms that drive our behaviors and the paradigms that change the perspectives of industries and developers. And you know what? Paradoxically as it might seem, I think the internet will be likely providing the opportunity, technology, and platforms to achieve this conversation with the public at large. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, Tomasz, za bardzo
Thank you very much, Tomasz, for this really inspiring talk. You have presented the problem of addictions from yet another perspective. I think this is a perspective which is not the one that we commonly use. So, dear colleagues, I think we might take let's say 2 short questions. So we have time for 2 short questions to Tomasz before we go ahead with the next item on our agenda. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please, Justyna Klingemann, I can see you have one.
Thank you, Thomas, for that excellent presentation. And I'm a medical sociologist, and I listened to that with a great interest and worry. But I wonder, you're talking about the emotions social media use and provoke, and then you suggest education, meaning you want to appear to emotional mind with rational means. Is it really the best strategy? I also wonder if asking industry for help before engaging and inventing best possible response for public health specialists, and the best public health specialist we have, is the best way. I'm mainly alcohol researcher, and I know that cooperations with alcohol industry were often very fruitless because we were manipulated into things we didn't want to accept and compromises which were too hard, went too far. And then I also wonder how to get support from the governments, which I seem they are less and less interested in democracy, especially populistic governments, who are more interested in keeping societies polarized, not united. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have touched upon the most crucial questions that will have to be addressed in this context. First of all, on educational material. Well, you can learn from previous educational approaches to drug prevention. And one thing we have learned is you will not be able to prevent this for exactly the reason you have alluded to. But what we've learned is it does not make sense to ban it completely. So what you would want to focus on education is not that people change their emotions. What you want to do is you better to help them to better manage their emotions. I think here a way forward possibly could be, but we will rely on expert input, when we change from a prohibitive drug prevention approach towards life skills training. According to Cochrane review, this is one of the very few approaches where you really had an impact. And it's actually, in my opinion, pretty much the same in this field. You have to become IT-wise, you have to learn the life skills to manage your biases. Bias management, very important, right? To manage your emotions, and you manage and master the technology. So this is where I would see the education. In itself, it can only be one component. It has limited, but it has value. As for your second part of the question, engaging with the industry, yes, it's always alluded to the negative experience in the alcohol industry, which has used this opportunity to actually manipulate the process in a negative way. But I've just pointed out that in the IT field, it looks a bit different. It also possibly has to do with the fact you have a different generation of managers, you have a different background of people working in IT than in alcohol. This is what is suggested. But much more, there has become, in this modern economic world, also a different understanding on how you can increase market shares. And some countries have understood, for instance, particularly some gambling offers, I understand, and gaming offers, actually give you the opportunity to set cut-off times. Now you can say this is very minuscule, but this is at least a step. And if it saves 1 or 2 people from going down the drain, it's a good thing. So, and the industry have discovered this because it gives them the competitive edge. Because they see more people become aware, and they want to have it safer. So I do believe that we have to take into account the lessons learned from the alcohol industry, but we have to understand that maybe the generational management is different, and also in this industry by paradigm different, and we should try, as I said, to make them understand what the monetary benefit can be from a change of marketing policy. And the good news is there's evidence that you can make monetary benefit from ethical behavior. We see this on the stock market, for instance. Last but not least, you spoke about emoting about more populist governments and interest in democracy. Well, some people say, you know, every society has the government, well, maybe not it deserves, but the government reflects a society. So if people get elected on the ballot where they say, you know, democracy doesn't function, you know, we need the power vertical, etc., etc. Well, and if they get the votes, well, you have to think why that is, right? Is it really that people don't want democracy anymore? Or is it precisely that these are operators that master the use of the manipulative algorithms, that they make seem that these thoughts are actually mainstream when they're not. And when you as the silent majority see something that appears to be mainstream, you in the end will say, well, am I the last dinosaur to advocate for democracy? Well, then I fall in line as well. Or it cannot be so bad if everybody else wants it. But the reality is, it's not that everybody else wants it. It has been amplified that way. So I'm not sure that the society at large might not emancipate itself as voters and vote them out. But if society at large is inclined to erode democracy, then you will not be able to stop the government.
Dziękuję bardzo, Tomasz, za przedstawienie swojej perspektywy.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for presenting your perspective. And now I would like to turn to our next speaker, Ms. Bernadetta Lelonek-Kuleta, who was the member of the panel for journalists entitled 21st Century Addictions and organized by the Foundation Inspiratornia, and Danuta Muszyńska, who was the head of department in the Fund for Solving Gambling-Related Problems. I would like you to take the floor, please.
Proszę, zawsze wolę mówić tak z wolnej ręki. Bardzo mi miło, że możemy właśnie.
It's my great pleasure to be able to announce this during this 10th International Conference. I would like to announce the results of the 8th edition of our competition for journalists entitled 21st Century Addictions, which we understand as behavioral addictions, so something else to what we knew before, to the substance addictions. As I said, that was the 8th edition of our competition. Our beginnings date back to 2013, when we had the first event. Of course, it wasn't as popular as today, but year by year we were getting more and more submissions. Our competition was speeding up. I'm sure Bernadetta will give you more details on that. She was a great advocate and a member of the board in this competition. She knows the submissions very well. She knows the quality of what was submitted.
What I can say is that I am very grateful to the Foundation Inspiratoria, which undertook cooperation with the media and has encouraged for years the media to publish, to promote the knowledge about this particular topic across various media. Media have amazing power in pointing to particular problems, and they can do it, and that's what we would like to achieve, in this manner that is not scandalous, that does not appeal to the lowest instincts, but it's purely informative. Starting from 2013, over 400 projects have been enrolled. This is what Maja Ruschmel, the CEO, the head of Inspiratoria Foundation, gave me that figure. And nearly 40 participants were awarded. The first jury was headed by Mariusz Szczygieł, linked to Instytut Reportażu, and since 2015 he has been replaced by Katarzyna Surmiak. Ladies and gentlemen, more information will soon follow, but just one more piece of information. The competition is organized by Inspiratoria Foundation, but it is funded from and financed with the funds from the Anti-Gambling Fund. So it's one of those projects dedicated to media, to journalists. Let's focus on the competition, and I will pass the floor to Bernadetta because she's been familiar with the competition since its very, very beginning. I wouldn't like to talk for too long because we're running out of time. I'm aware of this. But yes, indeed, I have been involved in various activities around the competition since its very beginning. And what Danuta mentioned is true. The composition of our jury reflects our ambition to achieve the highest quality of journalism and of content, so that we do not share information that is scandalous, that is perhaps a bit distorted, but we want to show that there is a glimmer of hope, that it can be inspirational to people who need to tackle similar problems. Over the years, we have seen the evolution of the competition in terms of the projects that are being sent. At the beginning of the process, gambling took the first place when it comes to the popularity of topics. Recently, we've had a lot of sexual disorders, and this year we've received a lot of projects related to digital technologies disorders. So especially when it comes to youth and children, it's very interesting from my point of view. I contacted Maya with a request to contact the authors of the project so that I could use at least some of the fragments of the projects in my work, because I believe that these projects, this content is extremely interesting. It's really hard to find what you need to do, what requirements you need to meet in order to win. It's difficult to hit the nail on the head. Well, gambling, sex disorders, you never know what is going to be the favorite topic, the pet topic of the jurors in a given year. We would like to always have this even distribution of disorders as far as the composition of the topics go. But actually, no, we want to have various topics covered by the competition. It's very spontaneous and it's very personal. The jurors tend to differ in their opinions. Sometimes we need to vote once again. So yes, the project needs to talk about the problem, but also needs to offer some solutions. The authors very often they include the number of the helpline or a website that can be used by people with behavioral addictions to log on to and to seek some help. They put it at the bottom of their papers. So maybe now we can proceed to presenting the awards. Let's start from the third award this year. It goes to Agnieszka Urazińska for the project about the sports betting. Totalizator Sportowy, that's the name of the sport betting authority in Poland. National Lottery. Agnieszka, welcome. I'm very happy to present you with this award. Agnieszka, it's not a newbie when it comes to getting awards in our competition. She's done it already. I feel that she has a good knack for this particular topic, and I dare say she's actually specialized in this area. Thank you. Those papers, they are published in important media, for instance, Tygodnik Polityka Weekly or Newsweek Weekly, Duży Format, which is a Monday extra to Daily Wyborcza. Also, they are posted on onet.pl or other websites of news providers. So you can read these articles, these papers there. Thank you. I would like to add that as experts, we tend to be more often invited by journalists to co-create these papers, these publications. This is exactly what happened in the case of Agnieszka. We met together. The topic was difficult, but it was so well developed and tackled by Agnieszka. Of course, this is not the key to getting an award working with us, but it helped in this case. The second prize goes to Beata Szproch for her article, printed article, Dać Nura. So let's take a dive in a free translation, about the addictions to video games among adult population. I would like to thank you for this award. I'm very pleased that an article about people who are addicted to video games, to virtual games, was awarded. When I finished my work on this text, on this article, I thought that this particular addiction is perhaps trivialized or belittled, both in Poland and abroad. I would come across these opinions or comments under various articles on the topic, like, don't look for a problem where there's no problem. I gamble because I like gambling. I play games because I like it. So basically, people would tend to insist that it's nothing serious, but it's nothing serious as long as you don't lose control over it. When I was starting to write this article, I had this thought that this particular addiction to virtual gaming is not that much different from psychoactive substances addictions, and that was my personal enlightenment, so to speak. So they are more or less the same, really. When you perform particular kind of activities, our brain releases dopamine or adrenaline, substances that our body needs. I've spent a bit of time with the protagonists of my article. I played with them. And I tried to look at the world through their eyes. So I kind of walked in their shoes and I experienced myself how this flee or fight mechanism works, or those shots, surges of adrenaline, how they can impact your body and mind. Sometimes it's playing games for many days, or many hours, or many days. One of my protagonists said that It would take him 1 hour to read one page of a book after he had played for many hours in a virtual world, because he just lacked stimuli and couldn't focus on the text. So that was one of my observations while I was writing the text, that behavioral addictions may not be tied directly to the activity itself, but to the reasons or our motivation that motivates us to perform a particular activity. Netflix or playing virtual games might be some escapism mechanism that basically we want to do that in order to escape certain negative emotions or some problems and issues that we're dealing with at a given moment. So I think that being aware of this mechanism, being aware of the necessity to look closely at the reasons for such activities or such addictions can help us to deal with the addictions more effectively. And I hope that my article will contribute to the promotion of this awareness. So thank you very much once again, and my congratulations to other prize winners. Thank you.
To, co powiedziała pani Beata o swoich odkryciach, to też jest, wydaje mi
What
się,
Beata
misją
said
konkursu i
about
misją
her
Fundacji Inspiratoria, żeby
enlightenment, her
też
discoveries
dziennikarze
is
właśnie edukowali się, żeby to
the
była
mission
kultura
of
mądrych
Inspiratoria
przekazów. Bardzo
Foundation.
dziękuję za te
Journalists can
słowa.
educate
I
themselves.
przechodzimy, pani Danuto, do
Thank you very
pierwszego
much for those
miejsca.
very
Ponieważ
wise
nikogo też
words.
nie widziałam
And let's
laureatki. Mam
proceed
nadzieję,
to
że jest.
the first prize. Do we have the winner among us? Zuzanna Krzysztofik. For again a printed article, Całe życie w kasynie, in free translation, A Whole Life in a Casino, a story about Henrik and his life of a gambler.
To ja jeszcze wcześniej powiem, bo mnie ten materiał z kolei urzekł.
I found this article very interesting, captivating, engrossing, and poignant. It's not just about the fact that it's about an addiction. The description of a protagonist is amazing. It's a page turner, and really it boils down most likely to the art of writing and the way with words that the author had, but I'm no expert in that. I read the article while I was traveling, and it just made the biggest influence, impact, and impression on me. Thank you very much for these kind words. I went so deep into this topic that I can't really have an objective approach to this. I feel that yes, online article has a different title than the original title that I chose, because it can generate more clicks. So it all started with a report on relationships between problem gambling and the loneliness, and I read this report. It's a report by Mr. Wieczorek. So thank you very much for this insight. It was hard for me to find a person in Warsaw who would be homeless, because it was about the relationship between homelessness and gambling. So it was hard for me to find a homeless person that would be a gambler. I finally came across a person like that. That lives in a home for homeless people, and you can read this article now. I think it's available online. I'm not sure whether it will be available in English, but you can always use Google Translate. So thank you very much for this award. Thank you. I just wanted to say that last year the first prize went to Marek Sekielski. I'm afraid I can't remember the title. It was about compulsive sexual disorders. Okay. Correct. Well, I can remember who won the prize, but I couldn't remember the title. There's one more award to present, a special award. Yes, it is a distinction, so to speak, for a very innovative approach to a particular topic. And I will permit myself to read a short mail from Katarzyna Surmiak-Domańska, one of our jurors. It seems that you can't say anything new about addictions. However, Miłosz Szymański found a way to find a new and attractive, innovative approach to this topic. He referred to sexual lives of historic personalities like Genghis Khan, Catherine the Great, and other famous people. And he shows to us to what extent their promiscuity was diseased and to what extent it was a reflection of the times they lived in. A colorful material shows and nuances the problems related to sexual problems and stays in your memory for a very long time. Miłosz Szymański, the floor is yours.
Może pan.
Dziękuję bardzo. I ja tylko powiem, że materiał, który przygotowałem.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say that you can listen to the material that I have prepared. It would take you 15 to 20 minutes to read the text, but I talk for over an hour about it, so I can give you more information. I didn't expect to be awarded, honestly saying. I looked at the sex life of various emperors like Catherine the Great or Sultan Mehmed. Unfortunately, they wouldn't give me an interview, so I had to guess what they thought. And my main question, was it addiction to sex? Was it addiction to power? Or was it just their life role that they will have 20 offsprings who will fight for the throne later on? And in their harem, the Sultan had 200 or 500 women, and they could do what they liked. So my question was he really addicted to sex, or was that a part of his job? You can listen to my podcast. It was broadcasted a long time ago. I can't remember the exact title. If I'm not mistaken, it was Sex and Power. Thank you very much again.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you.
No i też na te pytania odpowiedzi częściowo.
And the answers to those questions are to be found in the podcast. I wanted to ask Agnieszka to join us. So we'll appreciate a few words if you don't mind. Thank you very much. I didn't want to be the only silent person. I'm not silent in daily life, so I would feel strange. So I wanted to say that it was my great pleasure to take part in this competition yet again, especially that I've learned something new once more, and I do hope that thanks to my text, some of you have learned something too, just like me. When I was writing my texts about sex addictions, about workaholism, about gambling addictions, then I remember I looked at my text very seriously. I thought this is a very serious problem. So this year I was inspired by Maja Ruszpel to look at games of chance, and I thought, what kind of problem is that? And I fell into the trap that many have fallen into before me, that it's not really a problem, that playing a lottery is something innocent, it's actually our national asset. This is what I used to think, and this is what my protagonists used to say at the beginning of their experience. So I was thinking about scratch cards. How would scratch cards become a problem? And thanks to the people who agreed to talk to me, I found a lot of problem in there. I found a lot of pain, tears, losing money, losing the sense of agency, which is so important to all of us. So I'm convinced now that we have to talk about it as a problem, and we are so happy to have the Inspiratornia Foundation, who organizes the competition, who convinces us that it makes sense, who sometimes turn a blind eye if we miss the deadline. So thank you for your understanding with that. You invite a lot of experts who talk about things which are oftentimes incomprehensible to us non-experts. I have talked to Bernadetta Lelonek-Kuleta this year, and I have talked to Dr. Bohdan Voronovich, so thank you very much for your contribution. And it's wonderful that we have such events, such conferences for experts to meet and discuss. Really, you are so important because thanks to you, people can get rid of their problems. And I'm really happy to know that the texts that I might write as a journalist, we make the problem a little bit more known and that we are able to help you a little bit. Thank you again. Thank you, and I would like to appreciate the contribution of the Inspiratornia Foundation once again. I do hope that you will organize another competition next year. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja ze swojej strony dołączam się oczywiście do
Thank you. I would also like to congratulate the winners and thank you very much for devoting your time and energy to this kind of problem, that you contribute to helping the patients, that you contribute to helping the people who might be struggling with behavioral addictions. And thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting our research. Thank you for working with the people who are struggling. When I was listening to you, I thought that we might collect your texts, collect your reports, and publish them as a collection, because there have been several published over several years, and I think they are so important to all of us. It was really nice to me to hear that one of the ladies who collected the awards said that our scientific report has inspired her to write the text. So now I would like to introduce Junior Inspector Paweł Jareniowski, who is involved with controlling the gambling machines and fighting gambling-related crimes. He's been doing that since 2007, and the Competence Center for Control of Gambling Games, which is a part of the National Revenue Administration, is responsible for identifying the threats which occur in the realm of gambling games, which are subject to the control of the National Revenue Administration. The agency also coordinates and facilitates the actions of the National Revenue Administration to eliminate and limit irregularities in the gambling industry. So again, we'll have another perspective on the problems that we are working with. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here. Thank you for inviting me to present to you a bit different perspective on the issue that you are working with too. So at the beginning, I wanted to say that, in my opinion, we should see the area of gambling as being composed of three elements which are interacting with each other. First, we have the operators, the organizer who organize gambling in the form of legal or illicit gambling, who provide the offer. We have the government administration, which is responsible for regulating the legal gambling and to combat crime and the irregularities that might occur on the market. And also we have people like you whose task is to protect the users who use this form of entertainment and who might get addicted and to get into really serious trouble. So thank you very much for inviting me here again. And now over to my presentation. At the beginning, I wanted to mention that the gambling industry is an industry which is strictly supervised by the government. This is done by our parliamentary acts, our regulations. The regulation on gambling games is one of the oldest regulations that we have in place. It's been amended in 2009 quite significantly, and the last major amendment was done 5 years ago, and it has introduced a number of new institutions which are related to what we are talking about today. The Act on Gambling provides 4 categories to the gambling games. Games of chance that we have just mentioned. We have also betting, we have card games and slot machines. 5 years ago, it was noticed that the games do not have to be organized in some physical spots. They can be organized online, so that was also regulated. There was a monopoly introduced for gambling games online, except for lotteries and betting. From our point of view, and I think also from your point of view as practitioners, in those 4 categories of gambling games, it seems that the most important one and the most problematic one for us are the slot machine games. I would say it's 90% of criminal activity and 90% of crime related to participating in those games. This is what I have mentioned in my introduction, that the gambling industry is strictly supervised and regulated, so actually it is not possible to organize a legal gambling game without getting some kind of permission from some kind of authority, getting a license, or maybe getting your rules of conduct approved by some government agency. I could tell you shortly how the games are approved. For example, casinos need to get a license. If you run a casino, you can have 4 types of games. We can have the game of roulette, we can have card games, cube games, which is only theoretically possible nowadays, and we can also have slot machines, and those licenses are given by the Minister of Finance. Then we have approvals, which are for bets and for bingo games, which is virtually non-existent in Poland, but it is possible as provided by the law. Then this permission is given by the Minister of Finance. Then we have 4 types of games which require approvals from the National Revenue Agency. Those are the lighter games, as we can say. This is a bingo with physical non-monetary rewards, for example, and I could say as a side mark that you can get addicted from any type of gambling games, even for those which are not heavily taxed, which are not considered this heavy gambling activity, and another types of games which are subject to the state monopoly. So these are financial lotteries, tele bingo, and slot machines at the game parlors. This was something introduced 5 years ago, and also the online games that I have mentioned before, except for promotional lotteries and mutual bets. There is also the last group of games which might be organized without getting a permit or a license. They only need to be reported to the relevant authority. And these are, for example, the entertainment games, so to say, or games which are not strictly gambling. These are some types of lotteries. And Here we have a limit for the amount that can be won, which are organized by organizations of public benefits like charities. The same is true for bingo. Then we have poker tournaments, which could be organized by entities which do not hold licenses for casinos and which are played outside the casinos. Theoretically, and I would like to emphasize this, theoretically, those are sport and entertainment games, but we as a center have a slightly different opinion on that. So we will try to encourage the Ministry of Finance to take a more detailed look to regulate those games. As I mentioned, the Act on Gambling is actually a huge collection of regulations. We have over 200 articles in that act, which are to protect the interests of game users and to protect them from the adverse effects of gambling.
I would like to present to you briefly those particular statutory solutions. These solutions are aimed at eliminating this anonymity of users. So, yes, this is of key importance to all of you. Those of you who are involved in providing treatment, therapy or help. Anonymity contributes to problems with gambling and to gambling pathologies. Therefore, the Act places an emphasis, in our opinion, not sufficient emphasis, but on these aspects, on the dimension of anonymity in provision of gambling services. So what solutions do we have at hand? Registration of guests, providing personal information and identification, such as name, address, citizenship. That applies to bingo, monetary bingo, centers, but also arcade slot machines. We have the registration also of the audio and the vision accompanying gambling in arcade game centers, but also whenever you have a slot machine at hand, and also in terms of poker games, and this allegedly sports poker games. So we have this record, control record, that is stored for 3 years, and it can help filing claims by game users, or can facilitate the activity of particular institutions. Also, we have a possibility to record and archive materials related to online games, and I could talk for a long time about the vast data that can be accumulated and collected in that way. It can be very interesting from your point of view, I'm sure, because it relates to the scope of activity, frequency, stakes, payouts, losses, duration. And organizers, operators of online games are obliged to store this information and record this data. Also, we can have access to 5 years to this particular data. Another solution is the recording or registering system in when it comes to slot machines, salons, etc. So the lawmaker decided that because the state has monopoly on this type of entertainment, it has to be rigid and strict, also in relation to themselves. So there are systems that can record the flow of the game, the personal data, identification data of player has to be recorded. Therefore, we can have the possibility to analyze the frequency, duration, etc. of the parameters related to the gambling of this particular game. Also, upon the request of a participant of a game, the entity in question needs to provide this user, this participant with particular data, such as personal data, and this is this aspect of eliminating the anonymity, and also the registration of payouts above 280 zloty and 2,280 zloty, and this is another way of registering data related to gambling. Also, protection of users from too easy an access or availability of games. Solutions in this area focus on possibilities of organizing the game itself. We introduced limit settings, location limit settings, in particular casinos or arcade saloons. They cannot be generated in any random way in Poland, so there is a statutory limit which says that one casino per 250,000 inhabitants. This is the limit. In the case of a large number, one casino per 600,000 inhabitants. In larger provinces, this is another limit. And it also relates to slot machines and arcades. Here the limit is actually assigned to a slot machine. So one slot machine per each 1,000 of county or powiat inhabitants. So we have the approval of location. What we mean by that is that we need to establish the distance, minimum 50 meters of a distance between particular gambling saloons, but also there are minimum distance limits, so to speak, when it comes to the distance between an arcade or slot machine center from educational institution or this distance, the minimum distance is 100 meters. Also, another solution is the prohibited or a ban on entry when it comes to minors. So underage users cannot access such centers. They cannot participate in the games. Also, another solution is the ban on advertising for credits, loans, other bank-related activities in slot machine saloons, but also on websites where you, for instance, can access virtual gambling. Furthermore, a very complex advertising ban on advertising. Here I could actually talk for hours when it comes to all the provisions related to gambling, and prohibited assignment to other entities. So here we exclude the such games as lotteries, number games, and pari-mutual games. Another block of solutions is related to the protection of a participant of a game against unfair practices. So there is an obligation of an entity organizing games in the scope of informing the users on the games itself, on the games themselves, on the nature. So users need to know how the game works, what the rules of the game are. They need to be able to choose the option pari-mutual games or other options related to a particular gambling activity. Also, there are provisions related to how the slot machines work, but also the number lotteries. So in order to be able to legally organize games available through slot machines need to be approved and certified by a finance ministry assigned unit. And this unit, this entity, needs to meet a number of statutory requirements. And the next steps is to register a particular machine by the Customs and Revenue Board. And if such a slot machine does not meet the requirements, then it can be reassessed. So this solution has a particular purpose. Basically, we want to make sure that as any electromechanical machine, this machine meets safety requirements. Furthermore, we need to make sure that they meet requirements in terms of the minimum payout obtained in a game. Also, another solution that I would like to mention. So in Poland, you can't own the slot machines and other game machines unless you are one of the entities specified in the Act. So anyone who owns such a machine and is not part of this category, which is clearly specified in the framework of provisions, can be subject to a penalty and fines. Also, there are some. What is important is to make sure that those who conduct audits in this area pass all the appropriate exams. And what you can see on the bottom of the page, this is the minimum value of the payout. Bearing in mind the purpose of this particular provision, which is protection against unfair practices, the lawmaker believes that the participant of games in Poland cannot win less than what they waged. I feel that this is somehow a controversial solution. I feel that some of you might agree with me that this solution encourages players to put up their stakes. But then, if someone were to win less than they waged, less what their stakes were, then they could feel cheated out of their money, naturally. Another provision or regulations related to the register of domains, domains that are created to offer games but are not compliant with the Act on Gambling. I think 16,000 website addresses are part of this register at the moment. This solution is effective, however, not sufficiently effective. So you enter an entity like that into a register of domains, and you put their domains that do not comply with the Act, or they advertise and promote content that is prohibited by the Act. So sometimes you just change an element of the domain's name, and you're okay. So the same organizers can actually create clones of these websites, and this way they bypass the provisions that are aimed at protecting the game participants. The telecommunication entities or entrepreneurs providing access to internet are obliged to ensure a free of charge access and reroute such connection to the Ministry of Finance website, because on this website the recipients can see the message of the location of registers. There is a register there of entities that legally provide services in this area, and there is also a message addressed at game user on potential consequences that they can be subject to if they do not comply with the provisions of the Act. Also, there is a ban on access to providers of payment services. What we can also mention in this particular dimension, and in relation to the topic of our meeting, we have the rules of responsible gambling and or gaming in this case, and this is the response to particular errors and particular objections and grievances raised by the industry themselves. So the rules of responsible gaming has a very specific scope of application. So it applies to arcade slot machines and those entities that provide gambling entertainment and games online. I shall not go through every single component that must be reflected or included in the rules of responsible gaming. We focus mostly on arcades, and I would like to draw attention to those institutions that provide treatment and help to addicted gamblers. This has to be included. There is also this sentence that I would like to quote to you. This solution was introduced in order to provide protection to participants of games against negative consequences of gambling. So you can basically refer to this sentence quote by quote directly. Other thing that we need to pay attention to, the rules must account for mechanisms that enable the users to control their activity in arcades. So this is point 4 and 5. They also make it impossible for the participants to continue playing once they've depleted their financial resources. So they can't get access to payment services, and once they don't have any money left, then they can't continue. They have to stop.
There's a similar solution referring to online games. The rules have to be published on the website. The goal is similar to gaming parlors, so protecting the users against the adverse effects of gambling, providing the names of institutions which provide assistance to people with gambling-related problems, and also as to physical games, the players have to register online, they have to set up an account, provide their personal details that could be analyzed later to manage their gaming activity. Also, mechanisms which provide the users with control over their gambling behaviors. And also, as I said, indirectly, we have a huge complex of legislation which refers to the requirements in order to get a license or permission to organize gambling games. In those regulations, you can find a number of other provisions which are there to protect the interests of gamblers. For example, no criminal record of the company management on behalf of the organizers, if you organize, for example, a poker tournament and so on and so forth. There is one more thing, but I don't want to get into too many details. I think this is why we are meeting today, so it doesn't need any more clarification. So the Fund for Solving Gambling-Related Problems, let me just say what I think is most important, that the budget of the fund can be spent only and exclusively for the prevention and support of initiatives which are related to therapy for gambling addictions and other addictions which are not substance addictions. We have 5 addictions listed here, so this is what the fund can finance. There is nothing else that can be financed using the budget of the fund, and the income of the fund is 1% of the revenue from the subsidies which come from the state monopoly games, such as the lotteries and games of chance, 25% of the price of the lottery ticket and 10% of the value of the ticket for telebingo. Let me now go on to discuss the activities that we take as the National Revenue Administration. First of all, I would like to say that this is quite complicated what we do. I'll try to give it a simple explanation. There are some regulations pertaining to the licit operators. So, to make it more difficult, this has been separated. So, the regulator is not the same entity that controls and counteracts crime. The Minister of Finance issues permits and licenses, and their agencies are not a part of the National Revenue Administration. So, they are there to regulate and to monitor how gambling services are provided, but they do not organize audits, they do not organize investigations. Investigations and audits are done by the National Revenue Administration. We could say that what we do as the national administration is to control whether the licit operators really abide by all the rules which are set up to protect the gamblers, but also and foremost our responsibility is to counteract crime and to counteract illicit gambling, because illicit gambling is by definition beyond any regulations that can provide protection for the gamblers. So, as it said, we are executing controls. We can issue fines to licit operators if they infringe any regulations, and we also identify and counteract crime, and we also help prosecute the suspects in court. I wanted to mention one more project which has been going on for 4 years in the National Revenue Agency. We're also providing a wide educational campaign. It used to be called Gambling No Thank You. We have renamed it as Gambling Don't Get Sucked In. It is directed to students, teachers, and parents. It has been directed to over 200,000 students from over 2,000 schools. We had over 5,000 meetings organized. So this is something which is not directly defined in the regulations pertaining to the national agency, but this is our initiative that we have done in collaboration with the Ministries of National Education and the Ministry of Health. And now coming back to the fines that we can impose, I'm not going to get into details here, but I can only tell you that if somebody infringes the regulations related to slot machines, we can fine them with 100,000 zloty per one slot machine. So it's a huge amount of money, but we could have a different conversation on the efficacy of those fines. I wanted to point out item 6 here. This is a fine that can be imposed on a gambler who takes part in a game which was not licensed or doesn't have the right permit. The fine can amount to 100% of their payouts. I'm just about to finish. So, counteracting gambling-related crimes includes some basic elements like the most painful problem to us, the slot machines, the illicit slot machines, as I mentioned before. In our opinion, they have the highest addictive potential because they act so quickly. You get the emotions, you get the effect so quickly in relation to the result of your gambling, and they are directly related. They are financially attractive to operators. It's really huge amounts. Let me refrain from giving you exact numbers, but believe me, this is really significant amounts of money comparable to organized crime in drug trafficking or other types of illicit activities, like this hard criminal activity that we used to know. The organizers, of course, try to make it more difficult for us to audit them. They try to even discourage individual officers from participating in the audits. They try to intimidate the officers. They have the photos of our officers at their gaming sites. And as I said, we have some element of organized crime here. We have some fake names that are used to register this kind of gambling activities. We focus in two areas here. Our first task is to reduce the offer of illicit gaming points, and we also target individual members of the crime groups that organize this kind of activity. This year, we have adopted a strategy for combating gambling-related crimes with a special focus given to slot machines. It's still the beginning, but I think we are starting to get some effect. And now the criminal code provisions. We have 4 regulations pertaining to illicit gambling. Section 4 is about taking part in the gaming, and sections 1 and 2 is about organizing illicit gambling. So just for your information, the maximum fine that can be imposed for this kind of crime is 720 day rates. If we calculate it into PLN, that amounts to 28,895 zloty. As of today, this is really a huge amount, but I have to tell you honestly that the problem is the actual adjudications in courtrooms. I have quite a lot of experience with it, so in the years 2007, 2010, some of the criminals were getting 600 or 800 zloty fines. Now it's better. The fines are really several thousand zloty, but they are never millions as they could potentially be in this kind of crime. So, as I said, participation in illicit gambling is also an offense which is subject to fine. We also provide assistance in prosecution of the criminal activity. We are authorized to make an experiment, which is basically playing a game on a particular slot machine in order to have an evidence whether this is really a gambling game as provided for in the relevant regulations. So here you can see some examples of the slot machines that we find in our work. They are very diverse. The organizers are really creative in designing the machines. Look at those tablets here. So it's not really stationary slot machines, a big box. It's just a small laptop, a small tablet with the same program, the same software as the slot machines. And we have also initiated several actions in order to make our regulations more precise. Also, the regulations that pertain to online gambling, because I think that in the future, the gamblers who used to play the illicit slot machines will be replaced by the new generation of gamblers. They have different expectations, different characteristics. This is something we would like to talk to you about. We would really appreciate it if you reached out to us, because we would like to work on the awareness, to get some new knowledge about the needs of gamblers and about the illicit offer of gambling, which would lead us to the conclusions how we can act more effectively in order to combat the gambling-related crime. If you would like to share your knowledge, please let us know. You can email me. My name is Paweł Jareniowski, at mf.gov.pl. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
Bardzo ciekawa prezentacja.
It was a really
Myślę,
interesting
że
perspective.
mimo to, iż,
And
jesteśmy, czy reprezentujemy
I think
nieco inne
even though we come from different backgrounds,
odniesieniu do,
and we
zagrożeń związanych
look a little bit
z
differently at the risks related to gambling, to getting involved in different kinds of games, we could still find something in common. And I think we could still have some questions to you. I have one question already from our audience, but since we are running late, please let me just give the floor over to Danuta Muszyńska to give her presentation about the campaign that we have mentioned before, which has been inspired by the results of research. And if we have enough time, we will go back to the questions, or you can ask the questions during the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not have much time to present a very interesting campaign. This campaign has already become quite popular among those who had the opportunity to see it. First Steps in a Cyber World. This is the title of the campaign. The campaign is a result of a number of various types of research, both in Poland and abroad, including the United States of America and other European countries. This research pointed out to the fact that the use of digital devices by small children is more and more widespread. When we are presenting awards today, Bernadetta mentioned that when it comes to the projects enrolled in the competition, a lot of them focused on the use of mobile devices by small children. The use of mobile devices by small kids has recently become the focus of the activity of developmental psychology specialists and pediatric experts. The fact that young kids use these devices a lot is a known fact to all of us, because we can observe them do that every day. However, the fact that kindergarten children use these mobile devices raises concerns among experts. These kids are at this developmental stage that is really important to their overall growth, and the use of mobile devices can be dangerous to them. Our campaign is an attempt to address the problem identified by researchers. Why a campaign? Because a campaign seems to be the most effective way of drawing attention to the problem. This is also the best way to reach out across the society to many of its members. It should play an educational role and complement other prevention-oriented activities. So it should point to the problem, it should highlight the problem, and it should offer some solutions to it. I would also like to draw attention to the findings of the research, especially the research that was performed in Poland. We wanted to refer to CBO, so poll company from 2019. They conduct these surveys every 4 years. And in 2019, the survey included this block of questions addressed at parents of children from 1 to 5 years of age. The findings were interesting. Children between the 29th month of age, up to 2 years of age, 1/3 of those kids use mobile devices, and in the age group between 2 and 5, 2/3 of kids in that age group use mobile devices. The survey suggested that it's less than an hour per day, 34 minutes in a younger group of kids, 39 in an older group of kids. They normally spend time with parents or they are under some guidance when they use these mobile devices. Most of the time that'd be the case. Parents declared that the content that the children interact with is matching their age, is adapted to their age. However, younger kids would consume the content that is addressed not only at kids 3 times more often compared to the older group of kids. The Academy of Special Pedagogics, and Dr. Rowicka here needs to be mentioned, and that's why I have such a stage fright, because I will present the findings of her report. Well, they focus on the problem too. We presented the findings of the work during our previous conferences. The doctor also embarked on the problem of the use of mobile devices in the group of kids between 1 and 6 years of age. What are the findings? More than 50% of kids up to 6 years of age, which is 96%, would use mobile devices, smartphone, laptop, or a tablet. These are these mobile devices that they tend to use. The older the child, the more often they would use mobile devices. 12% until 11 years of age, and 65% in another group of children, 75%, I'm sorry. So here we would like to mention the recommendations of the World Organizations, but since we're talking about the mean, then it has a slightly different impact. The American Association of Psychiatrists suggests that until 2 years of age, children should not use mobile devices. We meet that criterion, but as I said, the findings of the research represent a certain mean or an average. So there are kids in Poland who tend to use mobile devices before they turn 2. When it comes to the access to the mobile devices for kids per day, on working days, on average, that'd be a bit more than an hour of the access to the mobile device and the use of the mobile device. The older the child, the longer this period. It changes a bit during weekends. Also, when children, for instance, are sick, unwell, and they stay at home, then we would talk about 1 hour, nearly 1 hour per day of using mobile internet. 88% of parents declare that children use age-appropriate content, but there is a percentage of parents who don't declare that. 75% of children use mobile devices with access to internet. That's very important because this is how they can come across unpredictable content that is not age-appropriate when they use internet. Only 5% use mobile devices that are in offline mode. Whether a mobile device is in offline or online mode is up to parents most of the time. As much as 80% of children use these devices on their own. 1 in 4 kids use it very, very often, and that is fairly concerning, I'd say. In what situations parents or guardians allow children to use mobile devices? We all know from our own experience that these are normally these situations when parents want to have some quality time with themselves, or they need to attend to some household chores, or they just need to rest a bit. And this is when parents tend to resort to mobile devices. They hand them over to children. And this is exactly when children spend their time on their own with a mobile device. Other circumstances include a situation when a child is bored and you want them to play with something. As much as 80% of respondents pointed to that circumstance. Parents also, 82% of parents declare that whenever a child is bored, they get a mobile device. 68% give it to a child when a child is crying or when it's whining, when it's a bit of a pain in the neck. So a child makes this association in their minds between this circumstance and access to a mobile device. 57% of parents declare that they spend their time with children when playing or using mobile devices. This is what they declare naturally. Parents tend to be reluctant to admit to something different because, you see, they sometimes feel ashamed that they have no ideas, no other idea of how to spend free time or entertain a child. Whereas experts claim that this is the way to show to children how they should use mobile devices under a guidance of a parent or guardian. So they can use it wisely. It's not that digital texts are something evil. No, it's just a matter of how we use them. So this is the way how to sensitize parents to the ways, the methods of using mobile devices by children. Corruption or blackmail, that's another issue that I would like to draw attention to. These are two basic methods of bringing up children. So corruption or a blackmail. If you do something, I'll give you a smartphone. If you don't, forget it. You won't get your smartphone. So this is how parents often use mobile devices when it comes to their children. The findings of the research point to the fact that it is very necessary to launch a campaign. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, according to the recommendations of one of the most renowned researchers in the area, Kimberly Young, it seems quite clear that we should conduct a number of workshops for parents of the smallest kids in order to promote the knowledge and awareness on potential threats associated with the use of mobile devices in this age group. Of course, it's about the threats and dangers in the physical, social, and psychological, mental dimension. Also, we would like to cast some light on how we can entertain a child and spend time with them. Avoidance of using mobile devices as some kind of an award or punishment, because if you actually limit the access to them, they can become even more attractive. Also, working on the communication with parents and how they can communicate with their kids, especially with the group of parents of kids up to 6 years of age. This way, we managed to reach the slide on our campaign, those little feet. This is our campaign's logo. The slogan, the headline of a campaign is First Steps in a Cyber World. We just referring here to those first steps that a child makes with the help of their parents. And we suggest the same in the case of navigating the cyber world. Parents should accompany their kids in this universe so that they do not harm themselves, so they do not suffer any damage. We work with the foundation that is very much experienced in organizing preventive campaigns or prevention-related activities. The campaign was initiated by the National Addiction Prevention Center. It is financed from the funds of the anti-gambling fund, and the campaign shall be continued until the beginning of the next year. The purpose is to sensitivize, to make parents more sensitive to the issues related to the use of mobile devices by children, how to help children navigate the cyber world. The main emphasis is of education, but also we concentrate on the development and growth of parental competences. The campaign shall be deployed mostly online in the internet, because this is the space we're talking about. So we will use various blogs and websites, PR activities to promote the campaign. The campaign will be present in these areas and through these media. Of course, when it comes to TV spots, we have them. We created them. Next year, a manual for parents will be published, and it will be distributed among kindergartens in a printed version, but it will also be available in a digital format. And here is the homepage of our campaign. I would encourage you to click on www.pierwszekroki.net. This is the address of the campaign. The website is full of various tools and materials and handouts and various toolkits, so to speak, that can help parents to navigate the cyber world with their children. Can we play a campaign advertising spot, please? I mean the TV ad. This is not the one, I'm afraid. This is the ambassador of our campaign, Szymon Majewski, a well-known media personality. But I'm afraid it's not the TV campaign spot. Okay, but this is a short video, so we can listen to what he's got to say. Unfortunately, we can't hear it. Easy. Easy, it's just online. No kidding, you know what's online, what's in internet. You know what is there. You are there yourself. You navigate, you surf the net. You put on a children's blockade on. But do you control the time that your child spends online? What for? You ask me what for? I'll tell you. Perhaps you've noticed that your child is a bit more hyperactive, anxious, has problems with falling asleep, or wakes up in the middle of the night. Or maybe they get irritated whenever they can't access their mobile phone or tablet. You want them to spend their time with their aunties and parents. You want them to get a pet. A dog or a geekon, but they don't want that. They only want their mobile phone. So what do? You give it to them so that you can have peace of mind. Or you give it to them so that they be nice and good during the visit to the dentist, or just because they ate everything on their plate. Cyber world will be your child's world. Let's not cheat ourselves. But for the time being, your child is too small to enter this world without you, without your guidance. So make those first steps in a cyber world together.
I'm sorry, this wasn't planned. I was going to show you the spot, not the face of our campaign, but the spot is coming right now.
Wow!
Andy, where are you? I'm in the cyber world.
Warto pamiętać o kilku
We're
ważnych
there for
zasadach.
you.
Sieci tylko z
It's
rodzicem.
good to remember
Zrób z dzieckiem
some
zawsze
of the
kroki w
important
świecie,
things.
żeby było bezpieczne.
Online, only with the parents. Take the first steps online together with your child.
Costa
Jak
Coffee
już tak,
też miewamy trudniejsze.
Jesteśmy, to może
Okay,
jeszcze te
since we're
zasady,
at
to
it,
już będzie
I will just remind you about the
temat kampanii.
principles, and that will be the end of discussing the campaign. We've got another animation for the parents.
Problemy techniczne.
Okay, sorry for the technical glitch.
Jeszcze i po prawej stronie.
And that's the one on the right here.
Używanie urządzeń ekranowych przez dzieci.
Using devices with screen
Poznaj
by
kilka
children.
zasad, które pozwolą w
You
dobry
should
sposób
know
używać
several
w waszym domu
principles
urządzeń
which will
ekranowych.
help you make a
Zasada
good use
pierwsza.
of devices with
Dziecko do
screens.
drugiego roku
Principle
życia nie
1.
powinno używać
Children
urządzeń
younger than
cyfrowych.
2
To
should
źle
not
wpływa na jego
use
rozwój.
digital
Jeśli
devices
dziecko domaga
because
się
it has
smartfona lub
adverse
tabletu,
impact on their
zaproponuj mu
development.
zabawę.
If they want a smartphone or a tablet, offer them a different game or play. Principle 2.
Na 2 godziny przed snem
2 hours
wyłączaj dziecku
before
urządzenia
going to
ekranowe.
bed, all devices
Żeby
with
pomóc mu się
screens
wyciszyć,
should be
poczytaj
switched
lub
off.
włącz audiobook.
Read a book to your children or play an audiobook to help them
Zasada
cool
trzecia.
down.
Wyznacz jasne
Principle
zasady,
3.
kiedy dziecko może
Set out
korzystać z
clear
urządzeń
rules
ekranowych.
when the children
Na
are
przykład,
allowed to use
używanie
digital
smartfonów podczas
devices. For
posiłków
example,
lub
no smartphones
możesz
during
obejrzeć jedną
meals,
bajkę
or
dziennie.
you can watch
To uczy
one
dziecko
cartoon a
samokontroli
day.
i zarządzania
This teaches
czasem.
your children to manage their
Zasada
time and teaches them
Sprawdzaj, co dziecko
self-control.
ogląda.
Principle 4.
Możesz wtedy
Check
zareagować
what your
i
child is
wytłumaczyć
watching.
to, co jest
It gives you a
dla
chance to
niego
react,
trudne.
to explain to them what's difficult
Zasada
or
piąta.
unclear. Principle
Dostępu do urządzeń
5.
ekranowych nie używaj jako kary
Access
albo
to
nagrody.
digital devices should not be used as a punishment or a reward.
Całą rodziną spędzać czas
And
offline.
also remember to spend time offline as a family. Invite those principles to your own home. Visit our website firststeps.net.
Mam nadzieję, że udało mi się Państwu zachęcić.
So I hope I managed to encourage you to take a closer look at our campaign, and that would be all from myself. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. No i tym sposobem, proszę
Thank
Państwa,
you.
przekroczyliśmy nieco
We are
czas.
slightly behind the schedule, so I apologize for that. Anyway, the lunch is already waiting for us. So I would like to thank all our speakers from the first session. You had a chance to listen to a variety of perspectives that have shown the problem of behavioral disorders in very different angles. So thank you for giving us that opportunity, and please join us for lunch. Thank you.
sesję plenarną dzisiejszego dnia, pierwszego dnia
Ladies and
konferencji.
gentlemen, let me open the second session, plenary session today, and the title is Responsible Gaming as a Preventive Strategy. We are ahead of 3 presentations. This is a very theme-oriented session, and each of the presentations will be dedicated to responsible gaming. Peter Remers will be our first speaker. He will talk about the responsible gambling, and the title of his presentation is "Do we need to broaden responsible gambling to ESG issues, or is this too much for the operators?" He is an expert in responsible gambling and training for gambling industry. Since 1999, he's been involved in projects related to the gambling industry. He worked on national strategies and programs for responsible gambling in many countries, including Netherlands, South Africa, Germany, France, Luxembourg, Belgium, Spain, Malaysia, Singapore, Malta, Sweden, so on and so forth. He is a consultant, a national-wide consultant for ground media, for casinos, lotteries, and also he works as a consultant with governmental and non-governmental entities. He worked for non-governmental organizations in South Africa, Singapore, and Malta. He is part of executive committee and is a Secretary General of the European Association for Research on Gambling. He is a shareholder and a member of the management board for Human Assistance of Daily Support. And in 2013, he was the initiator of G4. This is an organization working on the international accreditation system for responsible gambling, for lotteries, booking, offline and online alike. Currently, he is the chair of G4 management board. Since 1999, he's been the member of the Responsible Gambling Committee. He's also a member of the Committee for Responsible Gambling, or a Commission for Responsible Gambling. Also, he works in Germany in a similar body, and he used to be the member of the Advisory Committee for the Ministry of Health in Singapore. Mr. Remers, the floor is yours.
It's just that I'm very old. So that's why you learned everything about my whole life, I think. Anyway, I think this was an old one. So the next time I will send a shorter one, if I'm allowed to come back. Anyway, so do we need to broaden responsible gambling or not? I mean, since 35 years, I would say that responsible gambling is one of the issues that the industry is dealing with. However, the greater part is still struggling with it, I would say, no matter if we talk about the land-based industry, the lotteries, and the online gambling and betting industry. And a couple of years ago, under the influence of the United Nations, ESG came up. So environmental, social, and governance criteria comprise a set of social responsibility operators they want them to use to evaluate a company or operator based on these 3 main criteria. And combined, they help assess the social responsibility effort of these operators. And a limited number of gambling companies have adopted these standards, and it looks like some more of them are going to do this in the near future, so to say. So what is ESG in a nutshell? I will give a couple of slides, show you a couple of slides that will explain that, and after that I will talk a little bit more about accreditation and certification. I have 39 slides. I have 20 minutes, so I have to be very, very fast, I would say. But Bernadette, if you want me to stop talking, just tell me 2 minutes before I really have to stop, and I'll do it immediately. All right. I think 3 or maybe 4 years ago I was here as well, doing a presentation, not in this hotel, but at this same conference, and I showed you this slide. Maybe some of you were there a couple of years ago. This is a painting made by Vincent van Gogh, which is one of our famous painters. This is 1882, and these are people waiting in line to buy a lottery ticket at the National Lottery Ticket Office in The Hague. In those days, we had 4 draws in a year. We were talking about slot machines this morning related to the ministry. Do you know how long one single game on a slot machine takes in general? How fast it is? 3 seconds. Which means if you play on a slot machine, you can play 1,200 games in 1 hour. So that's the difference with the things that you see. And honestly, if you speed up the process, it can be even more, so to say. At the bottom, you see my favorite quote, because it says, for every complex problem, there's an easy answer and it's wrong. And in my very last comments of this presentation, I will come back to that, because we usually think that if there is a problem, it can be easily solved, even before we know what we are talking about, so to say. So what are we talking about today? We are talking about games of skill, chance, the risk of the game, or maybe it's an integrated mix of factors, so to say. Psychological constitution, social environment, and the nature of the activity itself, and problem gambling, and at the end, responsible gambling, or ESG. And why ESG? It has to do with the public expectations about the role of the business in society, because they are rapidly changing, so to say. So companies need to have a higher standard, perform financially well, but also operate responsibly, so to say. So investors, policymakers, regulators, employees, business partners and consumers, they are all asking companies to elevate their performance and increase contributions to society. Across all industries, and the trend is across all industry, the trend is towards greater transparency, disclosure, accountability and engagement in addressing crucial social and environmental issues. And the gambling industry, to be honest, is not an exception on that. So I would like to give you a little bit of information related to all these activities, and in fact I have 4 slides to explain that to you. And the first one has to do with advancing sustainability, so committing to carbon footprint reduction, deploying alternative energy solutions, reducing resource consumption and waste, eliminating food waste, and all the other, I would say to a certain extent, general things that we are expected to take care of these days. It has to do with strengthening diversity, equity and inclusion, so increasing board and management diversity of race, gender and ethnicity, and ensuring equitable access to career advancement opportunities for all employees, increasing work with different suppliers, and supporting racial equality and social justice efforts. We also have to invest in communities, so economic development and community revitalization through capital investment, job creation, deliver in times of crisis, such as national disasters and economic challenges, and expanding educational and career development, and investing in corporate philanthropy, so to say. This is the last of the 4 that I mentioned, but the first one that is dealing with responsibility. So it has to do with empowerment and empowering customers by investing in responsible gambling programs and equipping customers with tools to wager responsibly. Delivering a gaming experience. These slides are set up by the AGA, the American Gaming Association. So that in the USA they always talk about gaming and not about gambling, so to say. That's why you see gaming all the time, while I would say it is gambling. So delivering a gambling experience that exceeds regulatory requirements, fostering a responsible culture, establishing and following business and supply chain standards, and investing in research and partnering whatsoever. This is AGA. So, but if I get back to, and let's look at, maybe I should say, let's look at the definition of what is responsible gambling, what is responsible betting. And then in fact, it's all these policies and practices to prevent and to reduce the harm that goes with gambling. And it's about informed choice, or maybe I should say informed decision making, to play well-designed games in a secure and supportive environment. reduce harm reduction, to be a bit more precise, so to say. I think we have to go back to the 70s of the last century, where you had a lot of needle exchange programs in the Netherlands and in the UK. And in fact, that was the basis of what we call harm reduction. So we focus not only on abstinence, we focus on stay in control, informed choice, informed decision making. And honestly, that's what we do with gambling these days as well. So not only abstinence we focus on control. So if you look at this responsible gambling thing from 3 different points of view, you can look at it from a point of view of the operator, from the player, and maybe for the regulator as well, because they have to deal with these issues as well, and compliance and the social responsibility provisions of regulations. But maybe I should add 2 more groups as well. One of them is the game developer, those who make the games, so to say, of which I used to say they are the best psychologists because they know what the player wants. And it has to do with the group of what's the role of the treatment provider in this. So looking at all those things and looking at all those different stakeholders, it was, I think, 15, maybe a bit more, maybe 20 years ago, where there were not a lot of people involved in responsible gambling. In fact, there were 4 of us who were doing a big job in this issue. And one of them was Thomas Nilsson from Sweden. I always do like this. It was Paul Simon from Sydney, Australia, and it was Paul Bellringer from the UK, and myself. And we sat together and we thought, what should we do? We all had a background in treatment. We all were dealing with, I've been a director of a treatment clinic for 18 years before I got in this thing. So we all had our background in treatment, and we thought, what should we do, or how can we get more interest from the industry in the things that we are doing related to problem gambling and responsible gaming? So we thought the easy thing to do is develop a kind of ISO standard on responsible gambling, and that's what it is. Honestly, that's what we still do. So the aim of what is then called G4, the Global Gambling Guidance Group, was to minimize the impact of problem gambling and betting by promoting this worldwide program. Of course, there were typical tools that we developed in those, at least that we checked also as well in those days, looking at deposit limits, take a break, advice on play, self-exclusion, and all the other things. There was one thing which is important if you look at games and if you look at games being developed. There was a lot of discussion also amongst regulators and the justice system in certain countries, so to say, because people and regulators especially always want to be sure that they know what we are talking about. So the question was, is this a game of chance or is it a game of skill, so to say? That's not easy, because most of the games nowadays that you can find have elements of skill and elements of chance in it. So we concluded, forget about the discussion whether it's a game of skill or whether it's or if it's a game of chance, but look at the way they are interacting with each other. One of the things that you can look at, and I think that was mentioned this morning as well, some games are more riskier, and the most terrible ones are the illegal ones, I think I've heard this morning. You can check that because they have developed risk assessment methods related to the vulnerability of the game, so to say. We'll say a little bit more about that as well, if I still have time. Well, so who should be targeted? Not the ones who are not part of the risk group, not the high risk group, but the ones in the middle. Until 5 years ago, I used to say, when I did a presentation at the very last slide, but at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the individual player whether he or she, because they are responsible for their behavior, whether he or she want to stop. That has changed as well. If you look at regulators and if you look how regulators are reacting these days, in fact, there is in any case a situation of a shared responsibility between the operator and the player, so to say. I don't know if you have noticed it, but the Gambling Commission in the UK gave a fine to Entain a couple of weeks ago of 75 million English pounds. That's a lot of money, yeah? All because they had lack in their responsible gambling measures. You see this happening in a lot of countries more and more often. Sweden is one of the other examples. The Netherlands, Germany does the same. And all these countries are now looking much more at the shared responsibility. So, if we look at all the things that we would like to discuss, then you have 4 strategies to promote responsible gambling. It has to do with the environment of the product, public education, education of the staff and the customer, so to say, and the use of software tools. AI is one of them. I'll come back to that as well. So the company has to formulate a policy. What do they want and where do they focus on related to responsible gambling? So when I talked about ISO standards and when we looked at, okay, what do you need to do? We have formulated, of course, a code of practice and a responsible gambling audit checklist. This is one small part of the whole audit checklist, looking at that we think that companies should develop a responsible gambling code of practice. They have to have a strategy, they have to demonstrate commitment, they have to communicate internally about this, and they also address gambling-related problems. And in fact, the management of a company is the owner of this project. This is one example of one of the, I think, 8 groups that we have formulated, and one of them is the corporate standards. So we look at licensing, audit and inspection, credit gambling not allowed, AML, money laundering, privacy, complaints and disputes. And these are other topics that we discuss. So the age verification, social responsibility, player protection, risk assessment. That's the one I'll come back later as well. And how do you deal with your players? In what way are they allowed to have different payment methods or not? And the policy for VIP customers. Player protection tools, staff and responsible gambling, staff and problem gambling. Because honestly, if you work in this industry, because we know, and I think it was mentioned, 1 to 2% of the whole population has a problem with gambling. I think you can multiply that by 5 if you look at people working in this industry, because they are more vulnerable to what is happening. And this is all being put in a player protection framework, so to say. I talked about risk management or risk assessment, and what you can do. And in fact, if you look at, I'm from the Netherlands. Did we talk about it? I'm from the Netherlands. In my country, we have a law that allows online gambling since the 1st of October last year. And one of the things that companies have to show is that what is the risk that is associated with the games that they are offering, if you understand what I mean. So not to say, okay, if they are too dangerous, they are going to be forbidden. No, if they are dangerous, you have to take special measures in a way of, we have to pay more attention to the customer who's playing that game. A couple of instruments have been developed in the past 10, maybe 15 years. One of them is GamCard, developed by Mark Griffith, whom you probably know of or have heard of, Mark Griffith and Richard Wood. And the other one, which is most available, is the Asterix method, developed by a German researcher called Franz Peere. But in his group there were others like Jeffrey Derevensky, Alice Brzezinski, and I think around 20 of the, in those days, still rather important researchers, so to say, that looked at it. What does Asterix do? They look at the event frequency and they say, if you buy a lottery ticket and if you have to wait 6 days before you get the result, that's not an issue. But if you play a game which takes 5 seconds or less, then you get a 10. Just to explain, the interval of the payback, so when do you get money back, so to say? If that's very soon, it's in fact the same system as you had with the number 1. It has to do with the jackpot. Is there an extra jackpot, an extraordinary prize in the form of a large amount of money? Then there's no jackpot involved, or when the jackpot is involved, then it's very big. And did you read the news, the Powerball lottery last week in the USA, which had a jackpot of 2.1 billion US dollars? And there was one guy in California who did win all the money. Probably he doesn't know what to do with it. I mean, anyway, continuity of playing. If you play a short amount of time, or if you play a much longer amount of time, that is all being measured as well. So there's a chance of winning a profit, the probability of realizing a profit with each game. If it's very low, like the Powerball lottery, I think you had a chance of 92 million something, then it's 0. And when it's more than 25%, it is it gets the higher score, so to say. Availability, accessibility, is it easier for you to gamble or not? And honestly, I think that was not very much included in when Asterix raised all these things, because if you look at it, internet gambling is much more available nowadays than it was in the old days, so to say. So maybe we should change the score a little bit. Playing, multiple playing, stake opportunities, so to say. Low score, high score, stake on the stake amount, extent to which gamblers can choose or modify their stake amounts while they are playing, and the product design. These are the game developers that have a huge influence on what is happening. And number 10 has to do with the near wins. I think that, so this describes the methodology of Asterix, and then you get these risk potential criteria, the weight factor, and what it means in getting the points, and that makes, at a certain moment, if you check all these games, this result, and if you want to put it in a nice flow chart, in a nice chart, you can do it like this. Asterix has been developed 10, 15 years ago. It is a bit old, I would say, but I would love to have a group, and honestly, I'm talking about this with the European lotteries at this moment, or we should, if it's possible, to give a review to this method and checking what risks of the games can be, so to say. These are all the things that I wanted to show you, apart from the fact that I always want to talk about my lucky numbers. And my lucky numbers are not the ones that I win the lottery, because I hardly play the lottery. I do some sports betting every now and then. I bet on Swedish horse racing. I have no idea what I'm doing. But I only spent a few euros, and never bet on the one who is predicted to win, never bet on the one who's predicted to lose, but always somewhere in the middle. So, in fact, it doesn't make any sense at all. Anyway, my lucky numbers. Research, and that's what we always talk about. Research nowadays always has to be evidence-based, because everyone says so. And I think it was a couple of years ago that Bob Ladouceur of the French-speaking part in Canada, supported by Alice Basinski, did a survey on the 8 very important projects related to responsible gambling that were available in those days. And in fact, their conclusion was, it gives little clear evidence on what works and what not. So then I always try to translate it in a way of, we know so much and we know so little at the very same time. So research, evidence-based, is very important, but then we know in 5 years or 10 years from now what we should know now, so maybe we should look at best practice as a good alternative as well. It has to do with technology, responsible gambling, AI, mentioned this morning as well, artificial intelligence. And I do see operators nowadays saying, yes, but we do a good thing because we do everything with AI. Does that mean that we are not allowed to talk to our customers anymore? Or what does it mean? And honestly, AI also approached this morning, it's not we know it all, so to say. They can make mistakes as well. Anyway, maybe it has to do with voluntary or mandatory measures. I mean, you can be in the position that you have to set limits on a mandatory way, or maybe if you can create your own system and do this on a voluntary method. And then we have to look at the effectiveness of all these measures. And there is research that tells us that the effectiveness, when you do this on a voluntary basis, is more effective. It has to do with advertising and on gambling and marketing related to that. That's what you see this as well. I mean, we have the World Cup football coming up. And if you look at all the European countries, every country is talking about maybe we should restrict the advertising possibilities as much as possible so that people are going to play less. Per Binder is a retired professor from the Linköping University in Sweden, and he did a lot of research related to advertising. And in fact, what his very short, I mean, what his conclusion is that the effect of advertising is not as big as we think. Most people are absolutely 100% bored about the advertising. There's one exception. The young and the vulnerable are very much touched with these things. Maybe we have to look at alternative treatment methods. That's one of the other things. I mean, in Europe there's a cry for more specialized treatment. But then I always think, should it be more of less or less of more, if you understand what I mean? No matter in what country we are in Europe, but we know that not more than 10% of all the people that have a problem with gambling seek professional treatment. If you look at Gamblers Anonymous, it's usually only 1 out of 100. And there could be a way, or maybe there is a must, that we should try to improve and get people more to the treatment that is available. Or maybe we should focus on low threshold treatment possibilities. And we should also not forget, and that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do anything, but we should also not forget that at least 30% of all those who have developed a problem get rid of it without any help. We look at bonuses, incentives. We have to be careful with this one. I mean, there were systems, they are getting a bit easier nowadays, but there were systems developed by the online gambling industry, a kind of bonus system mentioned in the terms of and conditions, where you had to play the money 35 times before you were allowed to withdraw the money. I mean, if you do that, then you are sure that everyone has lost all their money anyway. So, and it looked like they were so difficult to understand that you needed a university degree to understand the terms and conditions. Anyway, social games, loot boxes, one of the other things. Games of skill, games of chance. So how are they mixed and work together, so to say? But there's also the role of the operator. And that should be a responsible one for the long term, at least for the profit, and not for the short-term profits. And that's why you need to have a sustainable industry. So the sustainable industry that was mentioned in the ESG part, I was at a conference a couple of months ago and they checked what is the most important part if you look at ESG and what do people think of it. And 85% of them said it's the responsible gambling part. Anyway, the operator has to be proactive and the regulator has to be careful, I would say. Don't over-regulate, but be serious about what you do and stay in control. So above all, and that applies to the regulator and the operator, as well as to the player and the bettor, act normal. We talk about a product that can cause harm, so let's stay in control and don't make the problem bigger than it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the first talk introducing responsible gambling, the policies and the tools. And now, since we have really stayed within the time frame, we still have time for a question or two from the audience. Do we have any? All right, so thank you very much again, and now we will go on to the second lecture in this session, responsible gambling, concepts, strategies and their efficacy in research. This will be provided by Dr. Łukasz Wieczorek, who prepared this speech in collaboration with Dr. Tomasz Bednarczyk. Dr. Wieczorek is an assistant professor at the Institute of Psychiatry and Neurology in Warsaw. He's been involved in alcohol, drugs and gambling dependencies. He's been a part of many research projects, both nationally and internationally. He's the author of a number of publications, and his research interests include the epidemiology of dependencies, approach to psychoactive substances and gambling games, the availability, quality and adequacy of treatment. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share with you the findings of my research. These findings reflect the review of bibliography as part of the project financed from the Gambling Problems Solution Fund. And the issues related to responsible gaming was one of those dimensions that emerged in the course of our review. So I'm very happy that I can share the findings of the research with you, and I can shed some light on the efficacy of responsible gaming strategies described in available research. First of all, I'd like to give you some idea of what responsible gaming is about. According to analysis, responsible gaming originates from alcohol industry, where responsible drinking strategy was promoted, and it's part of the social governance. That is an example of self-regulation of the alcohol, or in this particular case, gaming industry. So the measures within environmental and social policy are being implemented, going beyond formal obligations of the industry, and are not tied to any tangible profits, or are not a way to maximize profits. Social governance has been very often used as a tool or a strategy of presenting a particular company or industry in a positive light. Responsible gaming strategy or responsible drinking strategy are often considered by representatives of industry as alternatives to initiatives or measures implemented as part of the efforts to reduce the physical access to games or alcohol, or reducing the economic access or economic availability of drinking or alcohol or games. According to some of the researchers, responsible gaming is all about transfer responsibility from operators to clients. So clients choose to resort to various strategies to limit their losses. For instance, they came up with limit settings, or they resorted to self-exclusion. Researchers analyzing the dimension of responsible gaming also raised their objections as to the definition, the term, because the term can distract the recipients from the clue of the matter, since we are talking here about this transfer of responsibility. So the responsibility is transferred back to the customer or to a consumer. According to researchers, the responsible gaming strategy assigns too important a role to such factors that are very personal, that are down to personality traits or behaviors, and at the same time it marginalizes the impact of social factors. For instance, the policies aimed at reducing or curbing the access to socioeconomic or physical to alcohol or gaming in this particular case. Those methods of responsible gambling or gaming that came up in our review are most of the time associated with the limitations of time or money that we want to spend on gaming, also reducing interaction with other gamblers, identification of problem gamblers, promotion of responsible gambling style, and as our experiences would point to, and according to available research, some of these strategies can be implemented on an individual level, but also they can be implemented on a national level as part of nationwide policies. One of these responsible gaming strategies that emerged in the course of our review was limit settings or settings of limits. In other words, the maximum amount of money that a gambler wants to spend on games, or maximum time that they want to spend on gaming, maximum limit, which is the maximum amount that can be paid into a gambler's or a gamer's account, and also the setting of limits for stakes. So what is the maximum amount of stake, and the maximum losses that a particular participant of a game is willing to incur. According to available research, gamblers very rarely use this opportunity to set limits. If they do, it's most often all about limiting losses, so setting the limits of losses. Duration-wise, it's not that often, although, of course, there is a clear link between the duration of a game, so how long a given person is willing to play a game, and the amount of money spent. 12% of gamblers would set the loss limits, and just above 1% would set the time limits. Among people who were the most severe gamblers, so to speak, 85% of them would set the loss limits, and time limits, well, only 15% in this group would set such limits. And we're talking, again, as I said, we're talking about those persons that have problems with gambling, so are problem gamblers. The review also showed to us this strategy of setting limits that is fairly efficient. However, this strategy is implemented to more extent through the policies implemented by the state rather than personal settings of limits. It was effective as long as it was tied to an individual account of a gambler. In that way, we could monitor the gaming pattern and implement interventions whenever the gaming pattern would suggest that there is a risk associated with this gambler. Finland introduced obligatory registration of users. At the same time, they also implemented a maximum daily limits and monthly loss limits, that losses that can be incurred in relation to gaming. In Sweden, operators who do not ensure the introduction of loss limits are devoid of their licenses. And in UK, this amount was reduced from 100 to £2 in terms of the loss limits. So these are measures that were implemented at the state level, were not the initiatives that an individual could undertake. Another strategy of responsible gambling or gaming in this case is related to self-exclusion. The representatives of the industry consider it a primary responsible gaming strategy. It is targeted at people who suffer most due to irresponsible gaming. Self-exclusion, according to research, is hard to enforce, particularly in these countries where the users do not have individual accounts, and exclusion is based on declaration rather than paper documentation. According to research, rather few game participants opt for this strategy. The research shows that approximately 70% of users who decided to opt for self-exclusion, in this group, 75% went back on their promise, and a dozen or so percent violated the self-exclusion contract. The users opt for this self-exclusion solution only after they had experienced severe damages or harm related to excessive gambling. So this is an intervention that can mediate the negative effects of gambling, but it is by no means a preventive strategy. Another strategy of responsible gaming that is quite popular and often used by the gambling industry is making contact with users, with gamblers, and identification of problem gamblers. What are the limits of the strategy? Well, not all problem gamblers manifest the symptoms. In bibliography, we have no real evidence showing that the staff of various gambling outlets would respond accordingly once they've identified a problem gambler. There is no evidence in research to show that such interventions are efficient either. What we've observed is that the staff rarely responds to manifestations of problem gambling by, for instance, suggesting discontinuation of the game. And interactions initiated by the staff in such circumstances are very rare, as a response, of course, to a particular gambling pattern. Out of 36 respondents in a survey asked whether the staff responded to their pattern of gambling, only 4 people actually said that they had such an experience, that the staff suggested to them that they should discontinue or do something about it. So that was the case. In most of the cases, however, people who manifest signs of problem gambling are encouraged to continue. Another thing is related to preventive signage or messages that communicate the risks involved in gambling. Again, research does not provide any evidence suggesting that this strategy would help to reduce gambling. When it comes to the messages related to responsible gambling, they're fairly discreet and they do not address specific gambling behaviors. Research shows quite clearly that such messages associated with responsible gaming are very rarely noticed by the users, by those who gamble. For these strategies to produce a tangible result, the messages would have to be, for instance, displayed on the screens of computers or slot machines, and they should reflect a particular gambling pattern or the pattern of the machine's use, so that they could inform a user of how much money or time they have already spent playing, for instance, on a slot machine. So this could make it efficient. However, it would make sure that such slot machines or other arcade machines or online games, that they follow and monitor the gambling pattern of a particular user, being able to identify such gambling patterns that are normally tied to negative outcomes. Ours and Griffith's research demonstrates that just personalized feedback contributed to the reduction of losses, monetary losses, in terms of the money lost through gambling. If such an information that came up on the screen of a slot machine actually represented this particular individual gambling pattern and showed the actual amounts of money lost by this particular individual. This is when these messages were truly effective, according to research.
So coming to conclusions, the responsible gambling strategies are based on the assumption that the education is effective and that the gamblers in certain circumstances will be able to modify their behaviors. However, studies done in other areas of public health pertaining to the use of alcohol and other substances have indicated that educational programs, although very expensive, are not very efficient in the long term. The biggest harm reduction efficacy is coming from the regulation which limits physical and economic availability of gambling. And this physical limitation of harm related to gambling is actually a diversion in the responsible gambling approach, which is done by many operators. For example, in Great Britain, they have changed the advisory board for responsible gambling. They have changed the name to More Responsible Gambling Advisory Board. For example, in Australia, instead of Responsible Gambling Week, they have an awareness week for damage related to gambling. However, when we look at the industry, the strategies that produced positive results are not highlighted. So in the discourse of responsible gambling, we are not talking about a combination of these dynamic warning messages which reflect the patterns of use during online games or during slot machine games. They do not include individual user accounts which are then verified, and they do not include individual users setting up their personalized spending limits, monthly or annual or one-off spending limits for the traditional and online gambling games. What is also important is the fact that the introduction and the approval of responsible gaming as suggested by the operators it was not successful to prevent harms related to gambling. This is proven by research results. And the opponents of responsible gambling treat it as a smokescreen for the industry that allows it to continue their day-to-day activities and to secure their profits, and on the other hand, to claim that they have done anything they could to prevent the negative effects of gambling. That would be all, and thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję za kolejną tutaj porcję informacji.
Thank you very much for another set of information related to responsible gambling. Another question to our audience. Do we have any questions? Do you have any comments to what we've just heard?
Nie widzę.
I cannot see any, so I'd like to ask a question myself, just out of curiosity, because Dr. Wieczorek was presenting results from a literature review. So was there any Polish research related to the efficacy of the strategies? Because Polish operators have also introduced some strategies. Do you have any data on that? I suppose that in some aspects you would have to collaborate with the operators to get the data. So I'm just curious about what it looks like in Poland. Well, we were not able to find any Polish research evaluating the efficacy of gambling prevention. I think it would be interesting to look at it and to try and evaluate the actions that we have taken to date. But what I can say so far is that I have not seen any publication from Poland which would be in print in a journal. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, przejdziemy do trzeciego wykładu w naszej sesji.
So now I would like to announce the third speech on responsible gambling. This is entitled Systematic Limitation of Gambling Disorders through a Systematic Review. This will be presented by Dr. Małgorzata Piasecka and Dr. Łukasz Szwejka. Dr. Piasecka is a doctor of social sciences. She's an assistant professor in the social sciences department at Jagiellonian University. She's a specialist of addiction therapies. She's the co-author of research and implementation projects, and she's also an author and co-author of the monography Gambling Addiction based on Scientific Evidence and Limitation of Gambling Disorders. Dr. Łukasz Szwejka is also a doctor of social sciences and assistant professor at the Department of Social Sciences and Resocialization at the Jagiellonian University, and he also works with the Institute of Educational Studies. His research interests are social problems and their circumstances, resocialization, and statistical analysis of data. So the floor is yours, please. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, responsible gambling will be one of the aspects that we are going to discuss in our presentation. We would like to give you an overview of some areas that seem important in terms of shaping the systematic limitations regarding gambling. Today we're going to give you a very broad overview based on the results that we have gotten from our research. So it's going to be very brief, it's going to be some food for thought, and we encourage you to take a look at the publication that is coming at the end of the year. I'm just not sure which button to press. Okay, there we are. So, we started from understanding the systematic solutions as part of a comprehensive, targeted and interconnected system of elements which are supposed to prevent gambling disorders or to limit gambling disorders and the harm related to some gambling patterns, both on an individual level, which is related to some actions taken towards specific individuals, but also on this contextual level, which includes some actions from this meta level to the level of some activities that are much more general in nature. So now, how we tried to achieve that? Our goal here was to look at the systematic actions and to say which of them could be useful for us to find some national solutions here in Poland. So first, we tried to look at how it's done across the world and whether the international solutions are possible to be implemented here in Poland. The basic criterion for research selection was the efficacy, so our study is a part of the evidence-based practice, so practice what is confirmed by science, and the basic selection criteria for research was whether any aspect of efficacy was included in the studies analyzed. So our goal was to achieve a broad perspective, to take a look at the macro-social solutions, but also at the individual solutions on the other hand. And the efficacy was the main aspect, as I said before. The natural analytical method was a systematic review in this case, but the study material was so diverse that we also divided it into some areas, and as part of each area we have analyzed the material by a narrative synthesis. So, in terms of our research goals, we had two main goals. One of them was cognitive, research-based. This one was to identify the applied efficient solutions in order to limit gambling-related disorders. And our practical, more pragmatic goal was to formulate some recommendations for gambling-related policies and the gambling preventions and therapy. In other words, we wanted to look at the solutions that are implemented in other countries and to try to present them to the Polish audience and try to create some prospects for implementation here in our country. The questions that we used in our review, so research questions in other words, were related to the systematic solutions to limit gambling disorders and to minimize harm related to gambling in the adult population. So our main interest was the adult population, and this also determined the empirical material that we were using, because we didn't look at the school context, for example. We didn't look at the most common solutions or the most common environments that are usually related to prevention. So we made it a bit more precise. We narrowed down the perspective of our research. And the second study question, to what extent the solutions could be adopted in Poland. So, based on what we have found in the first part of the research, we tried to analyze some of the solutions, look at their potential, look at their limitations, and to see what could potentially be applied here and what role could they play in Poland.
pozwolę sobie przy tym mikrofonie, chyba będzie mnie zdecydowanie lepiej
I think you're going to hear me much better if I use the handheld microphone. So the study material that we have gathered underwent some qualification criteria. That was a systematic review, so we had to use very specific criteria so that our study could be replicated by other researchers by applying the same steps that we have used. So first, the qualification criteria, there were two types, formal and content-based. First, the formal criteria, those were the articles which were published in peer-reviewed journals in English, so we didn't have any Polish research in this group. None of the Polish publications were published in English either. The publications came from 2001 to 2021. That was the time of our research. And about the content, we first looked at empirical studies, so studies quoting reports from qualitative or quantitative research, and reports quoting some solutions, interventions or programs, including prevention and therapy programs, which were introduced to limit gambling in the adult population and in the conditions except for incarceration. In terms of our data flow diagram, we started with 1,082 records, so those were the basic reports, basic publications in the peer-reviewed journals. Then we did some selection of the available data. We removed doubled publications, and also we have used the analysis of titles and abstracts to select the articles that met both types of criteria, both formal and content-based. Then we had some criteria of inclusion following the analysis of the content of the article itself. So those were the studies that were analyzed. At the end, we had 20 basic reports. So as you can see, the process was quite stringent. Starting from over 1,000 records, we got down to 20 reports.
Then we grouped reports that we have received so far, and we came up with 4 categories. The first category is the least broad category with the least research, and that's advocacy for public health. The second category is all about the measures associated with the responsible gaming concept. The third category includes interventions related to prevention of gambling behaviors and activities in a workplace. Something that is rather neglected in Poland, but I feel we should pay more attention to this particular phenomenon, especially in the context of measures that we can implement. And the 4th category are cognitive and behavioral programs. The broadest dimension that emerged in the course of the systematic review is advocacy for this phenomenon. The main role of advocacy is to build a sort of a coalition or initiation of a public debate, reaching out with credible knowledge related to harmful effects of gambling to a wide population, wide audience, helping us to see whether we are not ourselves experiencing problems with gambling and showing us places where we can seek assistance and help. So it's reaching out to wide society. In this context, it is quite important to be able to integrate numerous and various environments and communities, from public health policies or to centers that provide therapy or treatment, to ad-libbed initiatives, ad hoc initiatives that are designed to help those affected by gambling problems. So the role of advocacy, its objective is to build the broadest possible coalition or alliance among people interested or entities interested in the topic. Another category is the responsible gambling strategy. In the majority of research, it is defined as a process, not activity. So something that is a result of a group of three stakeholders: governmental policies, procedures associated with gambling. But the third component is the individual decision of a person who decides to either discontinue gambling or get involved, get engaged in gambling. So we need to set up procedures and measures and set up laws that will protect the users as much as possible, at the same time making sure that the services that are legal, illicit, are offered based on honesty and fairness principle and transparency principle. The gambling industry can offer such services according to and in compliance with regulations and provisions implemented based on governmental policies. The whole area associated with individual capacities of a particular person is also important. That is why we met today. We want to come up with such solutions that will help us to reduce the likelihood of problem gambling amongst individuals on an individual level. So the tools that we found in the review of the reports are such as a Game Sense program, self-exclusion programs, that have been mentioned twice already today, but also the risk mitigation, risk reduction strategies and training programs for gambling industry employees. And now I would like to briefly outline each of these tools based on the review of the research. The reports. Game Sense is an interactive tool broadly applied in the case of people who are problem gamblers or those who demonstrate risky behaviors in terms of gambling. It is an interactive tool, as I said. It can be distributed, and it is actually distributed, in those centers and units where gambling takes place, in casinos, for instance, in arcade centers, and so on and so forth. This program is addressed both at people who gamble, in other words, at consumers or clients of such outlets and units, and operators. The assumption was that the employees of such outlets are also exposed to gambling, so potentially they can be in a risk group. The program was very well reviewed and tested also by using experimental methods. Consequently, a number of findings could be accumulated, and we managed to turn this program into turn these findings into a very effective program that is composed of a couple of modules. There are 9 interactive modules, to be more specific. Their first objective is to provide knowledge and information on particular types of games. There is a model that is aimed at debunking myths and prejudice and superstition related to gambling. There is also a module that explains how to tackle games so that they do not turn into a problem. They are not a source of problem. This applies to, for instance, monetary matters, how much money we should be willing to spend on a game, how much time, and so on and so forth. And also, a user can get access to sources where they can find more information about gambling risks and hazards, and even seek assistance in the case of problem gambling. This program, in a number of situations, the majority of them actually, turned out to be very effective. As a consequence of consistent use of this tool, the knowledge on gambling has increased considerably, while many myths around gambling were debunked. So that is a very good stepping stone for fighting other problems related to gambling. Also, the employees, the staff of casinos responded very positively to this program. They considered the program to be credible, a good strategy to promote the objectives of responsible gambling. Another tool, self-exclusion program. That's something that I would like to discuss briefly. This is a program that enables a user to make a formal statement, to make a formal decision, boiling down to reducing access to a particular casino or to virtual gaming outlets for a specific period of time. Usually it's from 3 months to any indefinite period of time. What Mr. Wieczorek emphasized already, this program is very often discontinued. So users have a serious problem sticking to the promises, remaining self-excluded. So it's very difficult to make good on the promise, to meet the obligations of the self-exclusion contract. The main obligation of the operators would be, for instance, to show the door to the user who violates the self-exclusion agreement. But if you don't have a register of self-excluded users, you would have problems as an operator to verify who should be shown the door and who shouldn't. Also, we came across the research where users and people who participate in self-exclusion programs, they claim that participation in the program was the first step for them to stop gambling. So we don't really analyze here the efficacy of this program in discontinuation of gambling, but rather as this first step to try to reduce gambling behavior. It's similar, for instance, to programs that address the psychoactive substance abuse. You have this moment in time, if you're a user, when you have to, for instance, reduce the stakes that you normally put, or the bets, and it's just the first step on the way. So the objective of this program is not a complete discontinuation of gambling. It's important to have an access to such a tool, particularly if you think about people who don't want to discontinue gambling altogether, but they want to reduce the harms, and that could provide a stepping stone for further activities in that direction. And it is also associated with this co-responsibility, shared responsibility in the gambling industry, that we have a number of tools, responsible gambling tools that we can resort to, but we have to make sure that these tools are not just a cover-up, are not just some kind of a whitewashing mechanism, that they can be truly implemented, that they can be implemented in such a way that they really help to fight problem gambling. Another strategy, not that definitive as self-exclusion, is related to a number of opportunities that you have in order to limit your losses as a user, as a gambler. What we mean by that are various interactive tools. Sometimes you just sign your own contract as a user. You sign this contract with yourself, and it consists in a reduction of money spent on gaming or time spent on gambling. So you set your limits as a user. Often, you can also think here in this category of solutions implemented by organizers of gambling. These can be technical methods, really. And we, in our research, came up with a couple of aspects in this area that proved to be most efficient. So, first of all, what is really effective is introduction of simple rules. For instance, ban on smoking or a ban on alcohol on the premises of a casino or another outlet. It sent a clear message to users, and users would basically have to, for instance, discontinue playing at some stage to have a smoke, let's say. So they had less possibilities, less opportunities to play in a compulsive manner. They had to discontinue playing at some stage to do other things. Another thing is reduction of financial input. So for what I mean by that is that sometimes some outlets do not accept high denomination banknotes. That can help reduce material losses incurred by a user. Another strategy is the presence of various information banners or messages displayed on machines in these outlets, communicated to users that gambling is a game of chance and that it can lead to some negative outcomes. Other solutions that we found out about relate to online virtual games. So a user now and then receives this information on how much time they have spent so far playing, how much money they have so far spent on gambling. They get this update, so to speak. So these are tools of helping to control spending and time spent on gaming. They can be translated into particular monetary limit settings, and users voluntarily impose on themselves particular constraints.
And the last tool in this category were the training programs for the employees in the gambling industry. However, their trainings were very much different to what is regulated by the Act on Gambling, because the main purpose of their trainings was to provide some content, so to raise their awareness concerning responsible gambling, to help them recognize the people who are exhibiting some symptoms of gambling disorders, and also to give them some competence to react when they see that a customer comes to them and turns for help. For example, when they approach a casino staff member. And also another goal was to clarify misconceptions concerning gambling. The staff in the gambling industry are the people who are a high-risk group of gambling disorders because they are constantly exposed to watching gamblers, and they also spend a lot of time in locations where gambling is offered, which could also limit other types of activities they might undertake. And actually, the purpose of most of the reports regarding trainings and regulations related to the legal framework in particular countries and the policies of individual casinos, it was not to encourage the staff to react when they see people showing some symptoms of gambling disorders. That was not their main task. They were supposed to react when somebody approaches them and asks for help. So they had some procedures introduced how to manage such situations. So the reports that we analyzed were mainly related to this area, so to provide knowledge related to gambling in the broader sense, and also to build some competencies to allow the staff to react to some particular difficult situations that might be observed on the customer's side, and to clarify the misconceptions regarding gambling. And what turned out to be knowledge building, of course we know that knowledge doesn't transfer to actions, but we are talking about some multimedia trainings which actually helped the staff build knowledge. But on the other hand, there were trainings in which the staff of the gambling industry gained some new competencies, helping them to react in difficult situations. So they were more ready to react. So they did not react more, they were just more ready to react. And of course, over time, the knowledge and the skills faded away. So it's important to introduce some reminder training modules, just as in any other area. Also, the area of clarifying misconceptions regarding gambling proved to be significant, but again, none of the reports analyzed how much the actions changed the behaviors, right? So we are talking again about knowledge and about the concepts which do not really necessarily transfer to the modification of behaviors. But this is true for any of the tools that we are discussing today. We could say that it works only at a certain level. In terms of staff reactions, company policy also was important, but that seems obvious. And our third category, the location of the workplace. The workplace was important because if a person with a gambling disorder is a staff member, then their employer will have some consequences related to their disorder. For example, they might be not focused when they are doing their job, they might stop attending their job. Also, gambling needs money, so that could be related to the crime of theft or fraud. But that's one aspect. On the other hand, the workplace could be a risk factor which will increase the probability of gambling-related disorders. So definitely, workplace needs to be addressed in terms of actions. We oftentimes talk about schools, we talk about peers, and we introduce a lot of prevention programs in those areas, but we do not necessarily look at the workplace. It's not something where we act a lot, so there is this deficit we have identified. And again, it's important that company policies include the promotion of mental well-being of their employees. Many companies take care of the physical well-being. They give you cards for the gym, they provide a place where you can take some rest, or even they offer massage or something like that. But mental well-being is not perceived in the same way yet. So it's not seen as a part of a person's life, especially when it's mental well-being related to health, promotion of health, to some gambling disorders, because your workplace could be supportive. It could motivate you to take up therapy if you notice some disorder, or it could limit your motivation because staff member might be concerned that if I come out, if I talk about my difficulties, I might get fired. So that might be preventive in terms of access to therapy. So it's really important, once again, for the workplace to be supportive in terms of return to work after therapy. What are the areas for future research in Poland? The last area that we have selected in our research were the prevention programs based on the cognitive model and the cognitive behavioral model. And here, why did we look only at those two models? An answer to that is that this type of prevention was implemented as part of the studies, as part of the reports that we were analyzing in our research. In terms of efficacy of the programs in question, we have found that in the experimental study model, they proved to be effective. So, if there were people who were in the risk groups of gambling-related disorders, as a result of those interventions, they reduced their symptoms. They have also shown reduced cognitive distortions. The frequency of gambling was reduced. And what is also important is that a factor impacting significantly the efficacy was the inclusion criteria. So we had 3 interventions that we analyzed, and the program that was based on a clear inclusion criteria actually, the subjects were subject to several criteria of inclusion, and this program was more effective than a program whose inclusion criteria were more general or were absent to some extent. It's also important that a full cycle of interventions is provided, so the intervention has to be composed of a number of components, and it has to be repeated over time. And also, we could recommend that the sessions should be recurrent, that we should have some reminder sessions to emphasize the competence that was taught in the first place. In terms of the whole system affecting the gambling-related disorders, there is much more detail to it. We just gave you a very broad perspective of what we have observed. But a key issue here is that this system should be targeted, it should be holistic, should be integrated, it should apply to the highest level, so to the regulatory level, the macro social level, but also it should include the specific prevention actions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo Państwu dziękuję. Dziękuję bardzo za
Thank you very much.
idealną dyscyplinę
Thank you
czasową.
for sticking to the
Zmieściliście
time so
doskonale w czasie,
perfectly.
który był poświęcony
We
na tę sesję.
are bang on
I w
time
związku z
for
tym,
this
również
session.
szansa dla
So
Państwa, jeżeli
now we
pojawiły
have an
się
opportunity
pytania
for our
dotyczące tej
audience.
szeroko
Do you have
pojętej
any
profilaktyki
questions
sekcentu,
about
szczególnym w naszej
prevention,
sesji na,
about
strategii grania
the
odpowiedzialnego?
responsible
To
gambling
jest możliwe, żeby jeszcze
strategies?
zadać pytanie,
We have now a
ewentualnie
minute to ask the
skomentować
questions, to share some
Jest
comments.
pytanie.
Do we have a question?
Czy termin czy to nie jest oksymoron, termin
So,
odpowiedzialny?
responsible gambling, isn't the term an oxymoron itself?
No, każdy hazard niesie ze sobą
Well,
ryzyko.
every
W związku z tym,
gambling
no,
is
jakby
related
pytanie,
to
czy w ogóle
some
jesteśmy w
risks,
stanie
so,
ryzyko podejmować w sposób
That's
odpowiedzialny.
the question, if we can take a risk in a responsible, self-controlled manner.
Czyli powtórzę może dla Państwa tłumaczących, czy prowadzone były badania na temat
Yes, there was some
uzależnień
research
od
done
hazardu
about
i od chemii.
cross addictions, substance addictions in combination with gambling addictions.
Systematycznym jakby takie
Well,
raporty
in
nie
this
podlegały
systematic
analizie. W
review,
związku z tym
those
je
reports were
odrzucaliśmy,
not
nawet
the
jeżeli się pojawiały,
subjects
bo
of
inne
our
były
analysis, so
pytania
we have
przeglądowe.
rejected those reports because our study question was different.
Tutaj wcześniej była
Oh,
pani Danuta
and we had
Muszyńska.
one more question from Danuta
Ja
Muszyńska.
trochę w formie komentarza do ostatniego
Well, it's more like a
wystąpienia,
comment to
jeżeli chodzi o te
the
różne
last
strategie
presentation
dotyczące
concerning
systemowego
various
ograniczenia,
strategies
to
on
chciałam powiedzieć,
systematic
że
limitation of
szkolenia
gambling.
dla
I
pracowników,
wanted to say
branży
that
hazardowej są od
trainings
wielu lat
for
prowadzone.
members
No,
and
zastanawiam się
staff
tylko,
of
jak
the
ta
gambling
wiedza
industry are
przekłada się
provided
na postawy i
for a long
nastawienie
time now,
pracowników.
and I was just wondering how they
Ewaluacja
translate
to
to the
była
behaviors of the
mogła
staff.
zainspirować,
Well, there was no
żeby
evaluation done
sprawdzić
so far, so I think this could be an inspiration for us to check how it really works in practice. And about the second thing that you have identified, so the harm reduction, shortly speaking, I was just wondering, well, in the Polish context, instead of displaying some information at the national lottery stand that this is a random game, it is a game of chance, and that your chance of winning is 1 to 14 million, it rather says somebody won 1 million zloty here in our location. So, you know, we don't really have the strategy in place as it is. That's what I wanted to say. And what about this self-controlling, self-exclusion? I think in the Polish reality, this is the most known strategy, maybe even the most popular one. But I wanted to ask you, can you tell us if this self-exclusion, does it apply to just one casino? If I exclude myself from playing in a casino in Warsaw, do they also know about it in Kraków? Is there any question, any system informing other casinos in other cities that a particular gambler has banned themselves from playing? Yes, I have not mentioned that clearly. I'm sorry for that. I was supposed to mention the trainings provided in collaboration with the National Addiction Prevention Center, so thank you for pointing that out. In terms of this self-ban, self-exclusion strategies, what we know in Poland is that such option is offered. So that's true for online games, because this is something we can verify on the operators' websites. What's the pattern of use? Who uses the offer? What's the scale of use? Well, for now, we don't know everything yet. About the system in other countries, maybe we have a better expert to take this question. In Poland, it's not possible to be excluded from all the casinos across the country, like you ban yourself in Warsaw and you cannot enter a casino in Katowice, but there are countries where such...
I feel like an interpreter when I'm sitting here, because I hear Polish on this side and English on this side. So I know how difficult it is. It's terrible. No, there are a number of countries nowadays where you have a national system, so a centralized database where people that are excluded from casinos can register, And that's the same for people in Germany, for instance, when you play the lotto as well, but in most other countries when you play online. So when I'm excluded playing in an online casino and I say I want to exclude myself for a minimum of 6 months, a year, or maybe even longer, it's all diverse, then you are immediately excluded from the casinos as well and from the slot machine arcades. So that's an effective measure, and that's the only thing you can do on a national level, make this central database. But a lot of countries are still not that far. It's coming up, and Sweden has a similar system, Finland has a system like that, but it's in, I would say, in programs. There's one thing I would like to say about self-exclusion in general, to be honest. Originally, self-exclusion is a preventive measure. When Jacob's colleague Thomas Nielsen and I and some others were sitting together, we were discussing what are the measures that we should be able to offer to people. And in fact, it was a matter of self-control. Try to take a rest for a moment, or maybe even if you do it for a very short period, a kind of a panic button, and then a stop for 24 hours or a week or so. But that's what it originally is. But operators nowadays, when they see someone who has a gambling problem, they say, you know what you should do? You should exclude yourself. That's not what it was meant for, so to say.
Bardzo dziękuję za współpracę przy takim kompleksowym udzielaniu odpowiedzi. I ostatnie pytanie.
Thank you very much for this very complex answer, very exhaustive answer. And the last question. My name is Sylvia. I am a therapist, and for some time now I've witnessed this phenomenon, namely in a public space. We can observe something. We can observe the absence of a very important phenomenon, which is gaming with cryptocurrency. And I would like to encourage you to focus on this particular issue as well. I feel that maybe we are lagging behind a bit when it comes to what is going on the market. Cryptocurrencies used in gaming are a very attractive proposal because you can continue playing 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. There are no controls, no checks and balances. So I regret that this topic has not yet been sufficiently extensively covered by research. So hence my suggestion, perhaps it would be good to cast some light on this phenomenon. Perhaps it would be good to design some preventive measures. I feel that this is a taboo topic in a way. Well, then I'll take this comment of yours as some sort of inspiration or recommendation, a suggestion. We've met today for the 10th time at this conference, so we keep on evolving, we keep on growing, of course. And yes, we might not catch up with everything, but we keep on developing. In the case of cryptocurrencies, apart from the fact that you can use them 24 hours per day, so it's constantly available. Another rig is that you can, for instance, lose a lot and win a lot. And we're talking here about an increase by, say, 100% or a decrease by 100%. Well, I have to admit that we know this problem in our National Revenue Bureau. And yes, we focus on cryptocurrencies in gaming as well. And we also pay attention to alternative currencies or assets that can replace traditional monetary means. What I can say is that we conduct certain trainings and undertake measures to train our staff to prevent these practices. It's not just associated with gambling, it is associated with broadly understood crime in Poland. So all the entities involved is the Justice Ministry and the prosecutor's office, and I agree with what you have said. I feel that in the case of cryptocurrency gaming or gambling, we talk about intensified losses because we have more variability in terms of the change of value of the currency that you use to gamble. So the financial involvement is much higher, and the negative consequences of addiction can be much more severe. I feel that we should approach this topic in the same way as we approach any organized crime problem. Let's not beat about the bush. It requires time. It requires from us finding some methods how to identify problems and to recognize some illicit practices. We have already undertaken some steps, as I said before, but I can't really say when we will see the first results of our interventions. I would like just to comment upon it. I would really like to see this phenomenon reflected in research, especially in terms of behavioral addictions. As a psychotherapist, I'm very much interested in this problem, not only from a criminal.
Okay, maybe I should add one more thing. It's not a new phenomenon, but if you look at the stock market, so to say, it was 1997 when a psychiatrist called Iver Hahn from Germany did a presentation at the conference of the European Association for the Study of Gambling on gambling and the stock exchange. So the cryptocurrency market is a kind of new thing, so to say. And what they did and what they do, and of course research is needed, but you focus on treatment, because I think from a governmental point of view, it's very, very difficult to try to control and arrange everything related to this, because then you shouldn't stay to cryptocurrency alone, but you should take the whole stock market, which is not possible. I went to a birthday party last Saturday, 2 days ago, because my sister-in-law had her birthday, and she had put a lot of money in cryptocurrency last year. Last year she was so happy, and so she did a perfect job. Last Saturday she said she had lost all her money. Anyway, but that's the individual situation. So look at it from a research point of view. And I know people who are part of Gamblers Anonymous as well that have this same problem, to be honest. And that's the way you can work with it.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję Państwu. Dziękuję za
Thank you very much. Thank you for helping me answering the questions. And I would like to thank our interpreters for their assistance during the session. And now perhaps we can have a short break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so a bit shorter break than what you can see in the agenda. Still bring cups of coffee with you here in the room. So I would like to start the session entitled the Gambling and Gambling Disorders During the Pandemic and Beyond. Our first presenter, Pan Mateusz Gola, will connect with us online. He is a researcher, scientist and clinician. He is an employee of Polish Academy of Sciences, and he also works at the University in San Diego, and he will connect with us from San Diego. He will talk about the problem use of pornography. I would like us, ladies and gentlemen, to go through the session in the following manner. First, we will listen to Professor Gola and his presentation. Then, perhaps there will be time to ask Professor one or two questions. Afterwards, we'll proceed to more presentations, and you can note your questions down. And after these three presentations, we'll open Q&A session. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mateusz. Welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Justyna. I'm very happy.
I przede wszystkim olbrzymie gratulacje dla organizatorów za tak cudowne wydarzenie i za to, że to już 10. raz, mimo różnych po drodze przygód z COVID-em i innych nieprzychylności losu, konferencja ma miejsce. I serdecznie dziękuję za zaproszenie. Żeby nie przedłużać, udostępnię już ekran i opowiem o terapii problemowego korzystania z pornografii. Slajdy przygotowałem po angielsku, ale będę
pornography. I presented my slides in English, however, I will speak in Polish.
Okej. Więc krótka informacja. Oj, przełącza się, tak. Tutaj nie mam żadnych konfliktów interesów.
Okay, I have no conflict of interest to declare in the case of my presentation. And a short introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all perfectly aware, pornography has become a very popular type of entertainment. Actually, each day, one of the very popular porn websites, Pornhub, is visited by 92 million visitors, which is Canada, Poland and Australia in terms of population altogether. So it is a very popular website, and you can see that the outreach of such website is much more considerable compared to traditional sources of pornography. Research shows that approximately half of men and 1/4, 25% of women regularly visit pornographic sites a couple of times per month. Of course, that the frequency depends on the age group, but approximately 25% of children from 7 to 12 years of age also regularly visit pornographic sites. However, the biggest number is in the age group between above 18 years of age. So young people, grown-ups, young grown-ups. More and more often, women tend to use services of pornographic sites. That was quite visible during the pandemic. The increase has been considerable. For instance, in Philippines, nearly 50% of pornography users are women, another half men. In Colombia, it looks fairly similar. In Poland, 33% 25% are women, and roughly 75% are men. The average time spent on a pornographic site is approximately 10 minutes in the case of non-problem users. However, when we look at the users whom we observe, those who actively seek therapy due to problem use of pornography, this parameter is a bit different. So these numbers are higher. There is approximately 5-6 hours of using pornographic sites per week. Often you have those single sessions that can last up to 6 hours in a row continuously. Others can even reach such numbers as 8 hours. So you can see that the use pattern differs depending on the type of a user. Sometimes you have those pornographic binges, similar to alcoholic binges. You have the same sort of a phenomenon in the case of problem use of pornography. That leads to the sense of loss of control, of lower spirits, neglecting your various chores and obligations and other complications and problems. Given the fact that problem users of pornography go into those binges and they often masturbate much more often compared to non-problem users, we can think of various problems that we need to tackle in this dimension. Another thing that the research showed is that in the case of problem use of pornography, the use of pornography does not only helps meet this need of sexual satisfaction, but is also a strategy of coping with various problems and issues in those people's lives. Of course, each of us, whenever we come across a problem, when we need to tackle a problem, an issue, we feel negative emotions, negative feelings. In the case of problem users of pornography, they tend to resort to pornography to alleviate their anxiety and irritation. They escape their problems. In that way, they seek some soothing effect. But after a session like that, they have more negative emotions as a result, because instead of confronting the problem, they've spent last couple of hours visiting a pornographic website, so they feel ashamed, they feel distressed, and you have this vicious circle of using pornography. A person like that starts binging on pornography. So these are those negative consequences of problem use of pornography that are of primary importance. Among them is lower spirits, but so worse mood, but also neglect of relationships. Another negative impact is, for instance, overlooking some household chores. Family life suffers too. Also sexual life with a partner, wife or spouse or a partner is more difficult, is negatively impacted. The erectile problems, erectile dysfunction, problems with getting orgasm because of this excessive masturbation triggered by excessive use of pornography. We could probably, based on frequency of use of pornography alone, predict problem use of pornography. But that'd be a runner's approach. There is a link between frequency of the use of pornography, time spent on pornography, and time spent on seeking treatment or therapies. However, our research has demonstrated quite often that if you want to really identify those who can take advantage of therapy or treatment, we need to see how much negative impact pornography use had on this particular individual. What we need to take into account is that when this high frequency and long duration lead to negative impact on an individual life, this is when they start seeking therapy and treatment. So I think that we should remember that as one of the key takeaways of this presentation. How we can diagnose problem use of pornography. So let's not focus on time or frequency. Let's focus on severity of negative symptoms, of negative impact on an individual's life. Here you can download free of charge psychological tests. They were translated into Polish, and one of those tests can help us diagnose quite effectively problem users of pornography. This is a brief pornography screener, BPS test. It consists of only 5 items, 5 very simple questions. When you log onto this site that you can see here at the bottom of the slide, you can download the Polish version. So in a clinician's practice, you can present this test to a patient, and you can see quite quickly whether they have problems with the use of pornography or not. Next year, in January or February, we'll have an official translation into Polish of these questionnaires, CSBD-19 and CSBD-7, and they can help us diagnose and identify the severity of problem use of pornography. So this is a classification of international classification of diseases of the World Health Organization. You can also find these indices on seksualność.pl website. This questionnaire was translated into 26 languages, including Polish. So this tool I would recommend to all of you. Now, when can we talk about problem use of pornography? When a person for quite a long time has been unable to limit their time spent on pornography, to control the use of their time in that respect, when they start to neglect their health, social interactions, various professional activities or family time. Also, when this person unsuccessfully tries to reduce their time spent on pornography. These attempts end up in a fiasco, they fail consistently, and that can lead to negative consequences. Despite of these consequences, these negative outcomes, this person continues to use pornography extensively. So what the use of pornography turns into is a coping mechanism rather than a source of joy or entertainment. These symptoms have to be maintained for 6 months. Often they persist for longer, and they have negative impact on all these areas of life that I've just mentioned.
We have one exclusion criteria here, which says that the distress related only to the moral assessment of what I do or the moral dissonance when I know that I should not use pornography but I do it. This is not sufficient by itself to diagnose compulsive sexual behaviors. So as you can see, we have 2 subgroups here. The first subgroup shows dysregulated behaviors. They are just not managing themselves. This is similar to the description of dependency. And we have a second group here, which has only this incongruence, the moral incongruence. So in the first group, we can see that it's a dependency forming mechanism that was depicted in the film Shame by Stephen McQueen, and the second one is exemplified by Don John, which is sort of a comedy film. This is a person who is not managing with their use of pornography and goes to confess a lot in the church, but after they have found a partner, they slowly start to regulate this mechanism, and this dependency on pornography seems to go away. So, to summarize, the negative results of using pornography could be caused by dysregulation, which could have some neuronal causes, or it could be this moral incongruence where when we just feel really bad about doing something and our mood would be significantly depressed, we might look for therapy or not, but it's not just about our mood, it will affect different other aspects of life too. So now, if we look at all the users of pornography, we will notice that there are people who use pornography very little and also people who use pornography quite a lot. So in this group of users, we can also see different incidents of this negative influence of pornography on their life. There are some people who are able to use pornography a lot, but also show very low incidence of the negative symptoms. For example, they always use pornography in a controlled way whenever they want to, at weekends, outside the office hours, and so on. But there are also people who use pornography a lot and they experience lots of negative symptoms. If we look at the people who declared they had problems with using pornography, these are mainly people who will see more exacerbated symptoms, but that doesn't mean they have to use pornography a lot. And in the group of people who meet the criteria of compulsive sexual behaviors, we will see people who are showing very severe symptoms and who usually use pornography well above the average for the population. The people who show very high severity of the behavior, this is a group which really shows loads and loads of negative symptoms, and actually all of them use pornography a lot, much above the population average. So, as you can see, we have a diverse group of people who might be seeking help in relation to pornography use. We could divide them into three subgroups. The first group is the people who have an emotional dysregulation mechanism, so they are not able to cope with some difficult situations, and pornography comes as an accessory tool that helps them deal with those situations. The second group of the people with emotional dysregulation are those who exhibit some mechanisms of hypersensitization. There are some brain changes which are similar to the changes that we observe in addicted subjects. And the third group, the third subgroup, are the people with moral incongruence, people who declare they struggle with pornography use, they find it hard, but they usually do not use pornography as often as the other two subgroups. And also the severity of symptoms, the impact on pornography on their professional work or family life or health status is usually not as significant as in the other two. So let's look what we can do in terms of therapy for all of those groups. In terms of emotional dysregulation, we have the mechanism of compulsive use of pornography. This might be similar to the mechanisms that we observe in dependencies because using pornography feels quite pleasant. So cognitive behavioral therapy would be very helpful in this group. Usually the therapy should be focused on the functional analysis of the behavior. So we need to recognize what role does the behavior play. Is it a way to soothe your emotions? Is it like a replacement sexual behavior, a way to manage your anger, frustrations, tension? What are the people looking for? Maybe looking for something new, looking for distractions. Following the functional analysis, we should identify the cognitive distortions and the dysfunctional ideas about using pornography, boosting emotions to excessive level. So how we can try to control the emotions, how to give our subject new strategies of managing those emotions so that some difficult situations medications do not produce such an emotional reaction that have to be dealt with using pornography. Then we will need to develop the new strategies of coping with your emotions and looking for some healthy sexual activity in order to be able to use other behaviors rather than pornography use. Also, in our studies, we have shown that different mindfulness programs which develop metacognitive skills, which give you more space rather than jumping immediately into an emotional reaction or reaching immediately for pornography in a difficult situation, that help you observe your own reactions. These mindfulness programs are also helpful. In this case, speaking from a therapist's point of view, therapy takes quite a long time. The therapy duration is at least 5 to 6 months, usually up to a year. And those meetings, sessions could be organized every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. The patient needs to develop some skills in order to be able to cope with their pornography use. Developing those skills will also help them to deal with emotions, to cope with their cognitive distortions. In this hypersensitized group, the situation is usually a bit more difficult because we have some structural changes in the cerebellum, which make it more difficult to regulate some impulsive behaviors. We have shown that in some areas of the brain we have less gray matter, which is related to the severity of the symptoms. The brain also tends to be more reactive to the triggers. And this is also related to the severity of symptoms. Actually, the whole system in the brain is deregulated in this group. Here, usually we need a complete discontinuation of pornography use, at least for the first 3 months. For some users, it's even not possible to go back to using pornography. They need to develop other sexual behaviors to satisfy their sexual needs. They can go back to masturbation in many cases because discontinuation could be difficult, so they can find some other ways to masturbate, not masturbating to pornography, not to masturbate in front of a computer screen, but to find another context which is not associated with watching pornography. And apart from the methods that I have mentioned before, we have additionally the inclusion of some cognitive and behavioral elements such as trigger identification, craving management, and also dealing with some beliefs which are related to reoccurrence. What our study has also shown is that some mindfulness methods which are a response to craving could be also useful, and they help the subjects manage better. Also, pharmacological treatment in combination with the other strategies could provide the best results. In terms of pharmacological results, we have published the results of a blind RCT with the use of paroxetine. Some studies from Sweden have also shown that escitalopram could be used in replacement of paroxetine, and also naltrexone has been shown to produce beneficial results. Pharmacological therapy could be helpful over the first months, let's say first 5 to 6 months, to reduce craving, to start discontinuation, start looking for other sexual behaviors rather than pornography use, and increase the efficacy of other therapies like mindfulness or cognitive behavioral therapies, or a combination thereof. And thanks to the use of medication, we can see that after 5 months, the reactivity to the triggers is reduced. It's easier for the patient to cope with craving. And the third group is a bit different to the first two. This is the moral incongruence group. they have some sexual needs, and the response to those needs is the use of pornography and/or masturbation, which creates the feeling of incongruence. So I believe it's bad, I believe it's a sin, but still I do it, so I start to feel ashamed, I start to feel guilty, and as a result I use pornography even more because I have sinned once, so I can do it again. It's sort of a black or white thinking, so before I confess my sins again, I can do it once more, and this could result in guilt, in mood decrease, but it creates a vicious cycle. We could have really some sprees, some binges, which could go up for several days, and then we have some religious practices that will reduce the feeling of guilt, which could lead to a period of abstinence lasting for several days or several weeks, but afterwards the whole cycle will come back to the beginning as a result of some sexual tension. So we have two vicious cycles which are interconnected. And what can we do in such cases? Here, from my clinical experience, therapy is the most effective in this group, and it's also the quickest. Usually 2 to 5 sessions are enough. And here we focus mainly on the methods coming from the acceptance and commitment therapy. I'm sorry, I can't remember the Polish translation for the name of this therapy, but maybe Justyna can help me later on after my presentation to mention the Polish name. But the goal is mainly to help the subject see the mechanism and then find together some mutually accepted sexual behavior. Some people say, okay, I can accept using pornography once a week or twice a week, maybe 20, 30 minutes at a time. It's okay for me, rather than have those binges and having those swings between abstinence and binging. So we are looking for some accepted forms of sexual behaviors, sometimes even including pornography use. Then we are able to break this moral incongruence, to reduce this feeling. We can also reduce the feeling of guilt and shame. We will also implement oftentimes elements of cognitive behavioral therapy, so identify cognitive distortions and dysfunctional beliefs. This is also a way to reduce those behaviors and to break the vicious cycle. Oftentimes in my therapy, I also tend to involve some religious people, so it doesn't have to be the same person who listens to the confession of the subject.
It can be someone who is an expert in Judaism or in Islam. Some people want to ask an imam or a rabbi so that they can discuss with them the mechanism. This mechanism can be explained to those people through the mouth of those spiritual leaders. But patients can often explain it themselves. They well up on these things, and they can understand the problem. Sometimes they meet with some of spiritual guides that they have at hand to better get to the bottom of the problem. So sometimes it is about confessions. People have their own confessors. Sometimes we can recommend others to them. And what we do is that we can ask a user to, let's say, arrange one confession per month, or maybe more often or less often. Confessors say that if it turns out that this is an addictive behavior, we do not treat it as a sin or something morally deplorable and reprehensible, so we can break this vicious circle. 3 up to 5 meetings of that kind are enough to resolve the problem. Others may need more meetings to get their emotions and feelings better under control. So we have these 3 groups. Based on my own experience, it seems that there's no golden means. Each of the groups needs their own methods, a separate approach devised and designed for them specifically for the therapy to be effective, to produce good results. So that'd be the main message of my presentation. We need a bit more research to test the efficacy of some of the therapies. In the second case of the second therapy, we have more and more research available, so we collect more information, knowledge on this topic day by day. I would like to extend my thanks to my employees and colleagues with whom we conducted the research, and also there will be more tests available on our website. Next year you can download them free of charge and use them to your own benefit. In December, Planet Sex, this is the title of a documentary, will be available on BBC. This is a 2-episode series. One of the episodes is dedicated to pornography, so I would like to encourage you to watch it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I hope I did not exceed my time. Professor Gola, a fantastic presentation. Thank you. I'm sure that we have a lot of questions, but I have no choice. I may only allow for 1 long question or 2 short questions. I feel that I intimidated the audience. I apologize. Well, I have 10 questions. I wrote them all down. So perhaps 1 question from me. Have you noticed comorbidities, so to speak, or co-addictions based on your practice? Because as far as I understood, you mostly work on reducing the pornography use, not on abstention. So how do you, what is your take on this? Thank you very much for your questions. As far as the first question goes, comorbidities, so to speak, or co-addictions, for instance, we can talk here about the problematic substance use. When we think about hypersensitization subgroup, the incidence of comorbidities is much higher compared to other subgroups. Often what we witness is alcohol abuse or addiction, alcoholic addiction, or marijuana addiction. So it's more about those soothing substances rather than those producing a contrary effect of overexcitement. But in the other group, we have the hemp sex, for instance. So we have those substances that help the users to feel less shame during sexual practices. In the case of those people who are problematic pornography users, they often use or consume chemsex. This is what they often go for, to increase the stimuli. Now, when it comes to the last group, which is the one related to the moral incongruence, I can't really see that many comorbidities or relevant co-addictions compared to the general population. Now, focusing on the green group, as you can remember from my presentation, what happens often is anxiety, depression, and the incidence of these problems is higher compared to the general population. So that's the answer to question number 1. Question number 2. The objective of our work depends on the patient and an individual patient. So when we think about moral incongruence group, often we have this unrealistic goal that the users have. I will kick the habit. I will abstain from abuse of certain substances or pornography completely. Sometimes we have neurological addiction. And that's much harder to ditch. We need to reduce frequency first. We need to help them to plan these activities so that they get the sense of control. And also, we need to teach them coping techniques. Whenever an issue problem occurs, they can resort to these mechanisms and deal with them more effectively. As far as the hypersensitization group is concerned, well, here we have a myriad of various strategies. There's no golden means, as I said before, no cure-all. Now, the acceptance and engagement therapy. This is the name that Google threw up. So that's another way another method to use. Thank you very much for this presentation. I would like Bernadette Lelone Kuleta to take floor. She works at the psychology department at the Catholic University in Lublin. She will talk about the trends on gambling during the pandemic in Poland. Can you remember pandemic, ladies and gentlemen?
Zapraszam.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję. Dzień dobry Państwu po raz trzeci.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for the third time. So again, I would like to ask you to take a closer look at gambling. Again, we will go back to this particular topic. I would like to say a few words about a rather small project that we together conducted during the pandemic. The project revolved around gamblers, around participants in games. I would rather use this term because Professor Klingerman, who's just next to me, sitting next to me, she will explain this difference, semantic difference between the two terms. So what happened to game participants, gamers during the pandemic? This is what I would like to shed some light on in my presentation. So a couple of words by means of an introduction. Perhaps you forgot what the pandemic was all about, but I guess that we can all remember that that was an unprecedented time in our history. We've never experienced something like that before, and that led to fairly radical changes in our life in a number of dimensions: professional dimensions, psychological, mental, physical, in many various areas of our life. We started to fear for our lives, our health, professional stability, future in general, financial security. We were reluctant to get involved, to get engaged in physical interactions with other people. So it was the time that brought about many changes. Researchers, psychologists started to take deeper interest in psychological condition of people during the pandemic. In March, at the beginning of the pandemic, we already saw the flow of new publications on the human condition in the circumstances of a pandemic. And in my presentation, I would like to refer to Polish research in that area. In 2020, we've already had some findings. In 2022, Dr. Chwaszcz presented her research that confirmed the reports from all over the world. Namely, people during the pandemic went through a psychological crisis provoked by an growing stress. Of course, some of us had some resources that we could tap into in order to go through it effectively or to support others. But the more time passed, the less of these resources we were left with. Researchers and scientists would report that people tended to have more suicidal thoughts, more people got depressed. Experts in addictions or addictive behaviors started to take a closer look at the phenomenon too. Addictions very often are a form of a coping strategy for some of people. For instance, here we have the research by Professor Chodkiewicz, so a research from Poland. The professor reported that in this first period of the pandemic, it was published in 2020, the use of psychoactive substances increased as a strategy of coping with the times of pandemic. So psychoactive substances, we said. What about gambling? As far as gambling goes, we started to analyze gambling through the reports on abuse of psychoactive substances. In other words, we wanted to see what happens to those who play, those who are involved in gambling, in games. We looked at the reports from all over the world, and researchers reported a number of different phenomena in this area. Some of the researchers said that during the lockdown period, offline game participants migrated to the virtual world of gaming. So that's a fairly obvious, self-evident shift. Due to a lockdown, lots of casinos were closed down. The physical availability of those offline outlets was very much limited. So the first round of research confirmed that phenomenon, that many players migrated to the virtual world from an offline world. Other research pointed to different phenomena, that many people started to take up gambling or gaming during the pandemic. So many of those people ventured into this world of gaming for the first time during the pandemic. They might have looked for this type of entertainment specifically, or there were other reasons for this interest. Pre-pandemic gamers, those who played games on internet prior to the pandemic, they started to play more intensely, more often during the pandemic. That as well could be a coping mechanism, a coping strategy to somehow tackle the stress and fear and anxiety related to the pandemic. During those first lockdowns, indeed, there was an increase in involvement in gambling in Spain, and that actually translated into a ban on advertising for gambling services, because obviously the risk that people might try to escape their problems by gambling increased considerably. The research pointed to other phenomena too. Many authors of research reported that during the lockdown, the involvement in gambling decreased, both offline and online. So quite the contrary findings.
We could understand how decreasing availability worked, but it's harder to see the effect of less gambling online occurred. Some researchers have reported that the involvement of gamblers has decreased, so it's hard to make very clear-cut conclusions based on that concerning the trends. The reports were quite diverse, and this is why we got interested in this subject. When we discuss gambling behaviors in the first period of lockdown, that was March 2020 in Poland, and when I was looking through the internet sources and the materials it was discussed that potentially we will see more involvement in gambling, that people will start playing more often. This appeared in the discussion between specialists, in interviews with psychotherapists, with addiction therapists, in psychological forums. We talked about that. In our behavioral addiction website, there was an interview with a specialist who said that this is the trend we are expecting, that this is going to exacerbate because we are seeing more and more patients, that the trend is on the increase and we should get ready to help those people. But if we look at the objective data, then objective data only shows us increased spending on gambling in Poland. So based on that, we could say that there is some increase in this trend. But in terms of research covering 2020-2021 concerning the trends in gambling activity, we did not have such results at that point. The only study concerning the Polish population were the studies by Dr. Nosal and Mr. Lopez Gonzalez, and their results said that people who were involved in sport betting actually decreased their involvement during the pandemics. So this actually was very tempting to check what it really looked like in Poland. What are we looking at? Therefore, we have initiated our research, which was financed by the Institute of Psychology of the University in Lublin. We worked together with Dr. Bartczuk on a group of gamblers. Our study was done using an internet panel. There was a self-description survey done online, and we asked questions about gambling activity, both offline and online. Those questions were retrospective because I'm talking here about the results of our initial study, which was continued later on. The first part of the study was done in November 2020. So we asked our gamblers about their activity 6 months prior to the first lockdown. So, in other words, what happened prior to the pandemics. Then we asked them about the characteristics of their gambling, offline and online, during the first lockdown, which was mid-March and 10th of May 2020. I think this date is also not clear-cut because the casinos were allowed to reopen at the beginning of May, but it was hard to get very precise data on that. And then we looked at the period of 6 months following the end of the first lockdown. So what happened at this back to normal period? We used the problem gambling severity index here, and the data I will present also concerns the motivation for change. So if somebody declared that they have been more involved or less involved in gambling, we asked them why. Why did you increase or decrease your involvement? And now our study group. The study group included subjects who were gambling offline prior to the first lockdown, prior to the pandemics, at least once a month over 6 months. Our baseline group were the offline gamblers. So that was the entry requirement. In order to be included in our study population, they had to be gambling offline. Some of them were gambling online at baseline too, but not all of them. And then we started thinking what happened when this offline gambling was limited. Our study group included 585 individuals. The male to female ratio was almost 50-50, almost perfectly. They were aged from 18 to 64. And now an overview of the results. First, we have analyzed the change of involvement offline during lockdown. So that's between March and May. So we said that this is the period where it was most difficult to access offline gambling as compared to the time prior to the pandemics. Over 61% said they have limited offline gambling. This is what they said they did during the first lockdown. 33% said they have actually gambled the same offline just as before the pandemics, and over 5% said they have increased their offline gambling. So that was quite surprising, but the percentage was very low anyway. And now coming to the second part following the lockdown between May and November, the people who said they've limited their gambling during the lockdown, half of them said nothing changed later on. So they have limited and they have stayed on the same level later on. 30% said they have limited their involvement even further after the lockdown was lifted, and 14% said they have increased their involvement because the access was easier after May 2020. In terms of people who maintained the same level following a lockdown, 93% of subjects in the group have kept the same level, so nothing changed for them. 4% said they've limited, and 22% said they have increased their involvement. And let's see what happened in the smallest group of the people who said that between March and May they have increased their involvement. So following lockdown, 45% said they have increased gambling even more. So we can assume they have gone back to offline gambling because it was easier to access. 35% said they have stayed on the same level of involvement, and 19% have a limited offline gambling following lockdown. And let's go to the next slide now. Let's look at the PGSI screening that allows you to estimate the risk of gambling disorders. 0 points means there is no risk, 1 to 2 is low risk level, 3 to 7 moderate risk, and 8 and more is a probable gambling disorder. We also talked about problem gaming or pathological gambling in CPGI. And now, the people who said they have gambled less during the lockdown in Poland between March and May 2020. So just look at the results here on the slide. Most of the people who limited their offline gambling, the biggest group got 0 points, then 77 got 1 to 2 points, 60 got 3 to 7 points. So we had 7.5% of people who said they might be addicted. So the non-problematic gaming was the most prevalent one. We had only 7.5% of problem gamblers. The people who said they played online at the same level as before, it was a similar distribution. So a bit more, 12% showed probable gambling addiction, and in the group which declared they have increased in online gambling, unfortunately the group was very small, so the size is not really right, but we have 51% of people who scored 8 points and more. So there were people with problem gambling. Despite the lockdown, despite the limitations, they were still able to gamble even more during the lockdown. And about why the changes in offline gambling occurred. The people who said they've limited offline gambling, over a half of them, 53%, said they had financial motivation to limit gambling. Well, they considered it was the waste of money, or they were short on money. Almost a half said that it was due to the limited access to offline gambling. gambling, and 13% said they had less free time during the lockdown. And what did the respondents who increased in gambling during lockdown say? So, according to 42%, they have increased gambling because they had more free time. 30% said they felt the need to reduce stress. 26% said they needed cash. And 15% said they had limited access to other activities. I have marked those two activities, so reducing stress and the need for money. This might be characteristic for problem gambling, managing stress, and some cognitive disorders, which would tell our subjects that they can earn some money by gambling. So I gamble because I win money. That's quite a symptomatic response. And maybe I will skip the second period after lockdown. So again, the motivations included lack of money, lack of free time, reopened access to other activities, getting used to gambling online. And in the increase group, we had a reopening of the offline gambling points. They wanted to reduce stress, they had more free time, they needed money, and they had reduced access to other activities. So, what about online gaming in the offline gamblers' population? As I said, some of the gamblers played online at the baseline, or they initiated online gambling during the lockdown period. Only offline was true for 62%, both offline and online 32%, and people who took up gambling online was 5%. That was quite surprising to me, because when I listened to the mass media, I thought to myself, we're going to have an explosion of online gambling when the access to offline gambling was reduced. We were actually expecting to see a lot of changes in this 5% population, but unfortunately the study group was so small that we couldn't do some deep psychological analysis here. But the online initiation was to a very small extent. The percentage was very low, and if we look at the PGSI results and the type of gambling, when it was online and offline and online initiations, we have the most problem users, 23 and 20%, and in purely offline gambling it was only 4%. And in offline gambling, 65% scored 0. In the online initiation, we had 26%, and offline and online 34%. So we can see the relation with problem gambling and online gambling. So what were the changes in the offline and online gambling? What we were interested in is whether the subjects went away from offline gambling and they increased online gambling. So those who limited offline gambling also reduced online gambling. That was very interesting, and only 20% increased online gambling. So the people who played offline at the same level, they also kept their online involvement at the same level. So that was 18%, and those who have increased in offline gambling, 52% of them also increased in online gambling, and 26% reduced online gambling. So it wasn't really true that a reduction in offline gambling resulted in an explosion of online gambling. Those two were actually related to one another.
I'm just about to wrap it up. So we had the cross-section research plan, self-report, a descriptive method of measurement. Of course, we can object against this because it's retrospective, low numbers of people who were in a sample. So the sample was fairly small, not sizable at all. And the results, the findings, were actually contrary to what I expected, at least initially. So I thought we would have findings proving the increase in problem use of games, problem gambling. But actually, the tendencies were parallel for online and offline games. 47 people said that they actually decreased their involvement because they just closed down the outlet, or they closed down stopped the virtual game. So we can see that there were different approaches. Those who increased their gambling involvement in gambling, they recruited from the group of problem users. They were already in a risk group, even pre-pandemic. They showed some symptoms of problem use. Probably in online world, the intensity of these behaviors were more accentuated, was more accentuated. And we had two different motivations, as I mentioned before. So I play more and more frequently because I want to earn some money. So cognitive error is behind it. And I play more because I want to deal with my stress. So these were those two major risk factors that emerged through our research. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Doctor. The topic presented by Mrs. Kuleta will be continued in the presentation of Rafał Barczuk, Dr. Rafał Barczuk, a psychologist, scientist, employee at the Catholic University of Lublin. We'll talk about the depletion of resources and gambling during the pandemic. My name is Rafał Barczuk, and I probably will not spend too much time on the introduction, theoretical introduction to the topic. I'd rather draw attention to one important thing. Bernadetta, my predecessor, previous speaker, presented briefly the findings of our research. So what I'm going to add is related to this topic, but I will focus on the findings of longitudinal research. Bernadetta spoke about this self-report part of our research, self-descriptive that we conducted in the first wave of the pandemic. And after that, we proceeded to longitudinal research, but we had the same people in the sample. And I would like to present to you the findings of these tests, this research. Our research was inspired by Stephen Hopfall's theory. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. So what is of crucial role in this theory are resources. So stress is associated with the fact that a given individual is losing resources, or there is a threat of depletion of resources, or a given individual acquires fewer resources than they would expect. What do we understand by resources? Not just economic resources, of course. These can be personal resources, such as the sense of self-agency or self-worth. Social resources, such as a successful, satisfactory relationship with another person, support from the nearest and dearest. Energy resources, finances, for instance, financial means, monetary means, but also such resources as transportation, means of transport. Hopfall notes that the stress accompanies the situation when resources are at risk, when people start using their resources that they accumulated, and they use them to cope with stress. Resources are also used in order to acquire more resources. So use resources to get more resources. Here we do not talk about a stressful situation, but rather about circumstances that are not characterized by any heightened level of stress. Hopful also speaks about so-called spiral of the loss of resources. Individuals that have low resources, they don't have many resources, at a moment of stress they need to invest them in order to cope with a difficult life situation. Therefore, they have fewer resources as a result. If this stressful situation continues, they need to reinvest their resources, invest more of them, and their resources tend to get depleted as a result. That can ultimately lead to a social exclusion. If the situation of constant, continuous and unsuccessful investment of resources persists. Another thing that is often overlooked in Poland is that Hopful strongly emphasizes the place of stress in a social context. So there are those resource caravans, so to speak, when a person, individual, has a strong social support, or if the cultural group to which this person belongs has an access to a lot of resources, when those resources are, for instance, inherited by younger generations from older generations, so this individual can actually tap into the resources that have been acquired by the group to which this individual belongs, they can use them in a moment of stress more easily. And of course, we have those situations of stress when these resources are being used. And here we have another example of research by Gozi Farkas. It is more of a review of research related to this dimension, to this approach. The pandemic here in this research is understood as a situation that triggers all these mechanisms of investing one's resources into dealing with stress, or triggering this so-called spiral of stress. The pandemic was a very radical situation, a collective, stressful situation. But now we are living through the hard times as well. The war that broke out, the financial economic crisis, of course, it is a bit different from what we lived through during lockdown. But it is similar in that sense that we're dealing with the loss of resources. So the mechanisms that we identified during the pandemic, they are at work now too. It's not that the research that we conducted, that was conducted during the pandemic, is no longer valid or relevant because it pertains to the pandemic only, or we can use these findings when another pandemic strikes. No, it is all about a collective stress that we all experienced, so it is relevant to a large extent to what we're going through now. Inflation, war in Europe. They are applicable too. The pandemic and gambling, that topic has been extensively discussed already. So we mentioned that gambling patterns might have changed to some extent during the pandemic, and the findings would suggest that population-wise, this gambling has been restricted to some extent. The majority of examples of research conducted at that time would point to this conclusion. In other types of research, other findings were presented. So some of the gambling behaviors intensified during the pandemic. but they would apply to minority populations. However, the intensity or the growing intensity of gambling would be associated to problem gambling, to anxiety, to increased consumption of alcohol, to experiencing some mental health problems. In other words, whenever we dealt and whenever we witnessed an increase in problem gambling, we also witnessed other problems taking place, or a given individual was a problem gambler. Now, there has always also been research conducted on how the gambling was perceived during the pandemic, and this research was not really that extensive. There's not much literature pertaining thereto. Now, I will proceed to the objective of our research. What we wanted to achieve was to assess to what extent the depletion of resources, this very important concept from the point of view of Hopfall's theory, whether this depletion of or loss of resources was linked to intensity or reduction of gambling during the pandemic time. We wanted to see the dynamic that happened there. So what was the link between the two? Based on the reports that we got access to, we intuitively thought that the stressful situation would push people to gamble more often. But as you probably noticed already, the power of our trial is not strong enough. But on the other hand, we received a reverse relationship to what we expected. We used a questionnaire, and as far as eligibility of participants goes, we only picked those people that would participate in games, would gamble at least once per week pre-pandemic. This is very important. So we did not allow people who didn't gamble prior to pandemic participate in our research. Our sample only related to those people who gambled pre-pandemic. We asked our participants about frequency of gambling, and I will show to you the answers to these questions. We measured the intensity, severity of gambling and measurement of losses during the pandemic. Here we used a questionnaire consisting of 15 resources of different nature and character. And our respondents would assess their feeling, the sense of loss of these resources in specific time windows or time frames. Here you can see our findings in the form of charts. So the upper chart is about those uptakers of gambling, so to speak. We have this little wave here starting from the left, then we have the second, the third and the fourth wave, and at the bottom, let's have a look at the bottom chart. We have stringency index. What is a stringency index? This is an international normalized measure for severity of measures, preventive measures introduced by the state due to the pandemic. So, for instance, a lockdown was a measure like that, and the index would show to us how much the population would consider it a nuisance. So here you can see it on the charts. You can see the charts reflecting, for instance, the moment when the offline game rooms were closed down. In June, they reopened. And then you can see another close down of the gambling outlets. So the use of them was again restricted, and that happened in December 2022. So you can see the first trial that we conducted after the first wave, after this first insanity that we experienced, and then we have the wave number 2.
Then we had the third wave of COVID, and around the peak of the third wave, we did our second study. Then we had a significant reduction of the third wave, and when we had the wave on the increase and some new restrictions, we implemented our third part of study. So that's just to give you a context of when we have conducted the studies. In the first one, we got 661 results, then 443 respondents, and 368 respondents in the third study. So that's 55%, quite a significant outflow of the respondents, but this is what actually happened. So what else? The studies were conducted using the Ariadna panel approved by the Bioethical Committee of the University in Lublin. The respondents were remunerated for the participation in the study. It was not a representative group. We just found the right number of respondents for the study. So, how did the frequency of gambling change in terms of offline gambling? 0 on the graph means the subjects have not gambled at all. We have just one person who scored 1 here. Oh, excuse me, let me just go back to the previous slide. I'm talking here about the first study and about 2 results. The first result is a retrospective result. What was the frequency of gambling prior to pandemics? And the second means at the time of study. In the second one, at the time of study, and in the third one, also at the time of study. So I've also got a retrospective self-assessment what it was like before the pandemics plus those 3 time points. So the first result is the retrospective assessment, what was happening before the pandemics, what was happening in the first, second and third time point. Let me just take a look at my notes here. As you can see, the differences between prior to the pandemics and the first time point, there is a significant difference. We had a reduction here, an increase here, and an increase again when the new COVID wave hit and when new restrictions have been imposed. So I wouldn't overestimate that, because over the last years I was a part of the advisory board to the Minister of Health to monitor the pandemics, so I wouldn't really overestimate some clear-cut interpretations that this was due to the lockdown restrictions. There were some theories and there were some results saying that we actually reacted ourselves to the situation around us. So this is an effect of actually both factors. On the one hand, it was stricter control from the authorities, and on the other hand, it was the spontaneous individual reaction to the pandemics. So, at this point, we have some limitation of offline gambling, and then when we had the peak of the COVID wave, then we had less cases of infections and an increase in offline gambling, and then another decrease in offline gambling. So let's look at online gambling now. As we said, not all of the participants were gambling online at the baseline, but what's characteristic that in the period of the highest infection risk, the online gambling patterns shifted. So the people who did not used to play started playing, then it decreased and increased again afterwards. So it's all statistically significant for each of the results. And now the loss of resources, or actually the feeling of losing resources has decreased throughout the pandemics. On a scale of 0 to 4, you can see what it looked like. The change was by 1 point. So now the answer to the basic question, do we gamble because we lose, or do we lose because we gamble? That's a gambling question, and maybe also an existential one. This graph is really complicated, but we have checked that for the variables. The variables on top are related to gambling offline. The variables below are gambling offline. So we have not identified any pathway beginning from the loss. So, in other words, the loss did not motivate people to gamble more online or offline. At least in our study population, the people who gambled more prior to the pandemics had an increased feeling of losing resources. So it was actually the other way around, right? If you look at those arrows here, there is a significant role of what was happening prior to the pandemics. It is all correlated to the feeling of loss at all the 3 time points. So if we analyze the interdependencies between online and offline gambling, remember that this was a basically offline gamblers group. We had this transfer. So people who gambled more prior to the pandemics, they also started to gamble more online at some point of the pandemics. However, later on, this trend was reversed, so the gamblers came back to their old ways, which was also shown in the other graphs that I have just presented, and in Bernadetta's research. If you are playing offline, this is a strong habit. This is a strong pattern, and usually offline gamblers will go back to offline gambling. I'm not sure if we have any representatives of the industry in the room to confirm what I said. So, COVID and the related limitations have caused changes in the gamblers' behaviors. So we could say that gambling changed together with the pandemic status. Gambling online increased when the gamblers refrained from offline gambling. So they turned to the online options when probably their access to offline gambling was limited, and when they perceived the situation as more risky, when it was more hazardous to go out to contact other people face to face. But they went back to offline gambling when the situation normalized, when the situation was safer for them. And what is also important here is that the feeling of loss was correlated with this gambling. So the spiral of loss played a role here. This was a confirmation of this theoretical spiral of loss. So if you are exposed to losing your resources, then you will probably lose them. And if the situation continues, you will keep losing more and more. This is also a practical indication. If we have collective stress situations, then we should probably give most care to those who already have a problem with gambling. I think that would be it for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękuję bardzo. Mam pytanie techniczne. Czy
Thank
pani
you very
Sylwia jest
much.
już online?
I have a question. Do we have a connection with Sylvia already? If we do,
Pani
we'll
profesor
go
Sylwia
straight
Kajrus,
away to
pracownik
Professor
Katedry
Sylvia
Socjologii i
Kajrus,
Antropologii Uniwersytetu
an
Concordia
employee
w
of
Kanadzie,
the Concordia University in
szansę
Canada,
porównać
Department
wpływ
of
pandemii
Sociology
na
and
gambling
Anthropology.
w Polsce
We
i w
will be
Kanadzie,
able to
bo w
compare
wynikach
the trends of gambling in
kanadyjskich
Poland and
właśnie
in
nam
Canada,
pan
because
profesor.
Professor will tell us about the Canadian results.
Sylvia, welcome. I'm very happy to have you here. I'm sorry you are not with us in person, but please, so to say, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you're hearing me okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's yeah, I wish I could have been there with you just to get to know the researchers over there, and I'm missing beautiful Warsaw, so that's a big loss for me. So thank you for the invitation, and I would like to thank Bernadetta for inviting me also to join the panel. Although we have been working for the past 5 years together with Rafael and Bernadetta, this is the first time we present together. So it's a great pleasure and an honor. I will start by sharing my screen. Okay, so before I start, I would like to thank the technical person who has been helping me a lot to get this okay. So today I would like to talk about some trends that we observed in Canada, and more specifically in the province of Quebec, in regards to online gambling and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to thank my research team. So all those are collaborators and co-applicants on the grant. And before I start, maybe it's important to just situate where this province is in Canada. Quebec is the biggest province among the 10 provinces in Canada. The size of this province is 5 times larger than Poland. However, the population is 5 times less. And we speak French mainly, and of course, a bit of English. So the objectives of this study were to provide a comprehensive picture of the online gambling habits among the adult population. So we contacted people who were 18 and over, and we wanted to see whether the changes were affecting more some groups than others. The second objective is really the impact of the COVID-19 on online gambling practices. I will really summarize very briefly the main observations that we were able to see all over the world, and from Australia to New Zealand to Europe to North America. We have seen that there is an increase in online gambling in relation to the COVID-19 situations. The lockdowns, and of course, my colleagues have really make a good case about their impact on depression, on stress, anxiety. People are bored. there is some financial distress also, and overall there is a decrease in well-being for sure. Just to put things in perspective, we in Quebec we are 8 million people, but we had 17,000 deaths within the first year, which was something that wasn't ever experienced beyond the wars that we had in the past. The third observation was this migration, and it was still a concern whether people are going to migrate from offline to online and what will happen once they are online. So, are they new gamblers online, and how extensive they're going to be playing? And we observed that there is an increase actually in also the participation of new gamblers. So, those are people who never gambled neither offline nor online, and started to get interested in gambling and gambling online since the beginning of the pandemic. So I would like then to present the whole picture about the study that we're doing. Although today I'm going to be presenting only the first part, which is the population survey that you can see on the far left, and it was collected in 2021. There's other components to this study. So the population survey is ongoing now. So we collected another round of data in 2022, so 12 years after the first 12 months after the first collection. And we are collecting now 6 months after the second collection. So in spring, in fall 2022, we're collecting the third wave, and we will be recontacting the same people in the spring 2023 to finish the study. So it is a longitudinal study that goes over almost two full years. On top of that, we believe that the triangulation of information, so getting information from different sources, is particularly important to have the most accurate description of the impact of COVID-19 on on online gambling. So what we did is we recruited 98 people from the population survey at the first collection, and we conducted 98 interviews. Was very, very challenging to do it over Zoom and to make all the planning and the execution of the data collection during the lockdown and during the pandemic. So we have some information about how people experienced the impact of the pandemic on online gambling and on gambling in general. The third source of information are administrative data. So we wanted to get the data from how people gambled on the site of the state monopoly, which is called Loto Quebec. It offers not only lotteries, but all kinds of gambling activities. In addition to that, we were collecting information on the 20 most popular gambling websites in Canada over the same period from we went a bit before, from 2019 to 2023, to see how the trends changed and participation increase, decrease, or maintaining the same activities on those websites. And finally, the two last sources of information are the helpline that we have here in Quebec, so people can call to get information, but also to get help. So we get the data for the participation or for the call to the helpline since 2019 till 2023. And from treatment centers also, we will get the same information of how many people went to treatment or asked for help in the treatment centers. What I will be presenting today is mostly the population survey, the first data collection, which is our baseline, and some information from the qualitative interviews and the helpline. Now, the methodology, as I said, we targeted people who were 18 and over, who speaks the two main languages, French or English, and our final sample consisted of 4,637 participants. We used a mixed methodology, which means that we recruited our people either by calling phone numbers, and we had 70% of landline numbers and 30% of cellular phone numbers. And this is a very representative sample. So we went randomly. It's a probabilistic sample, which give better representation of the population. However, given the low prevalence of online gambling in Quebec, it was estimated at 5%, and the low response rate or acceptance to participate to telephone survey, we couldn't get 4,500 participants just by the telephone. So we added a sample that was generated through a web panel to get this bigger size of the sample. So the data collection started at the end of April, lasted till the beginning of November, so throughout the summer. As I said, for the telephone part, only 9.7% were online gamblers eligible to participate, and a lot of them accepted. So around 90% accepted to participate. However, we had to make a lot of calls to get those 9.7%. For the panel web, we had 42% that were eligible, so were online gamblers, and 3,300 accepted to participate for a response rate of 91.5%. So I would like to draw your attention to two things. You can see that only around 10% were eligible over the phone, 42% were eligible among the panelists, which gives an indication that the panel web includes much more intense consumer on the internet, including much more online gamblers and much more intense online gamblers, which oblige us to make the difference between the two samples when we are going to present the estimates. What did we measure? We measure gender, sex, age, education, income, employment, marital status. Those are the demographic variables. But also we ask people two things for them to be included: whether they gambled in the past year on any gambling activities, which is the year between 2020 and 2021. So it's the first year of the pandemic. And then if they gambled the year before the pandemic, because we wanted to see the migration and capture the new gamblers. What we ask people when they answered yes on a gambling activity over the past 12 months, we ask them about the frequency of gambling, the spending, and the time they dedicate to each activity. And we ask them whether, if they compare before the pandemic, whether they think that they increased their gambling due to the COVID-19 or decreased, or the COVID-19 pandemic did not affect their gambling. So we wanted to create a direct causality and capture it with our questions. We also asked the PGSI, that was also used by our Polish colleagues. So it is the Problem Gambling Severity Index. We use questions to capture also how people used some services, and we had some questions about mental health using the PHQ-4. So just to put things in perspective, before I present the results, back in 2012, population surveys were estimating the online gambling prevalence in Quebec at 1.3%. And in 2018, the survey that was conducted by the public health revealed 5.2% as the prevalence rate. And then we got, for sure, the pandemic. And what we estimate as a very, very conservative estimation is that online gambling should be around 21%. But I will just bring some nuance to this number. What you see here in the table is really the first column is what we got if we take only the telephone people, the telephone survey, and we make an estimation. And at the far right end, when you see the column called web survey, it's what we get if we only rely on the web survey. And in between, we have the column that gives 60% weight to the telephone and 40% to the web. And next to it, we have a 60% weight to the web and 40% weight to the telephone. So we were trying to see what could be really the good estimation or the more exact estimation, because as you can see, the telephone gave a prevalence of online gambling of 11%, and by contrast, we have a very high prevalence with the web survey that is 37.6%. So to be conservative, we consider that a reasonable prevalence rate would be around 21%. Now, the other question that was also important to us is, do people start gambling because of the pandemic? How many of them? So we can estimate that there is between 4.6 and 8% of new online gamblers, where half of them are new online gamblers and the other half are migrators. So they were gambling offline, and because of the closing of all the gambling venues, they migrated online. And what we can see here also is that there is 6.3% of people who used to gamble before, but kept gambling online after the pandemic. And we can see we decided to move on with a distinction between what we call the uptakers, which are the new gamblers online, and the continuing gamblers, because the second group seemed to be much more intense and much more having more problems. So what's the profile? Very quickly, between gamblers, we have more men than women, which was expected. We didn't see really a difference between the people aged 25 to 64, less among the younger people, less among the older groups, but all those groups were participating in a comparable way. It's a sample that has 25% with a university degree, and most of the participants had a job, and 50% had an income of higher than $75,000, which is, we can conclude that this is a bit skewed towards higher income. Now, what do they gamble on? What did those people tell us that they gamble on? And as we can see, whether it's the telephone survey or the web survey, the most important activity is lotteries. And one of the questions that we have is, well, maybe those people just went online to buy lottery tickets. And when we look at the last result on the far right end, we can see that the exclusive lottery players represent only around 30 to 40% of the sample. So that people did really gamble on other things, and the second high prevalence seemed to be slot machines and sports betting. When we asked them about the impact of the pandemic, the results are divided in three sections. So the big part that is in the dark green are people who said that they were not affected. So those are people who used to play before and continue to play after, and they said it didn't affect our activities. However, there is at least 25%, and in some activities up to 43% and 55% that said that they increased. So this group is not marginal. This group is significant. And of course, we need more analysis to delve into who they are and how they increased. However, you can see that the proportion of people who decreased is significantly smaller. We observe the same thing for the frequency. For the spending, it's literally the same story that we can tell about the spending for each one of the activities, and also for the time dedicated for those activities. So it seems that people, yes, increased, but increased on the three dimensions: frequency, spending, and time. Now, one of the other questions that is always important to look at is how many people have problems. So when we looked at online gamblers, we can see that with the telephone survey, we have around 10% of the people, 9.9% exactly, that have at least there are at least at moderate risk. Among those, there is 2% who have high risk to experience a problem with their gambling habits. When we look at the web panel, we can see that we are up to 22%. Just to give you an idea, the prevalence of those two scores, like if we merge the moderate risk, which have a score of 3 to 7, and the severe risk, who are 8 and plus on the PGSI, in the general population, regardless of online gambling, if we put all the gamblers together, we were at 2%. So here we can see that, as I think has been mentioned earlier, that online gamblers are at higher risk. So we are here at 10% and 22% for the web panel. Now, what were the areas that were impacted? It's very descriptive, and we make, as I said, we made a distinction between the new gamblers, which we call the uptakers, and the continuing gamblers that are more intense. One of the striking result, is that we should acknowledge that there has been some positive income of gambling on people's life during the first year of the pandemic. And here we can see that the positive impacts sometimes are much bigger and are reported in higher proportions than the negative impacts. But still, we can see those people between 3% and 8% that seem to be experiencing some negative impact of the gambling habits in terms of a relationship with others, partners, family, and people around them, and also, of course, the hobbies, which is expected. And the negative impacts seem much more important for especially the continuing gamblers in terms of financial impact on their life. Work was impacted also in the proportion of 5%, and daily tasks also, especially for continuing gamblers, in terms of 8%. Finally, we can see that other areas like living conditions, sleeping habits, 10% of the continuing gamblers said that they had more negative impact than positive impact. So people refraining from having their sleeping patterns, and mental health and physical health were also impacted. So in summary, some major areas, especially mental health, especially finance, and other areas were impacted in a higher extent. We're talking about 10% of the gamblers, whereas other areas, all the areas seem to be impacted, but to lower extent, between 3 and 7%. Now I would like to report some data on help seeking or support seeking, because you're going to see that we didn't ask only formal help, we ask also about informal help. And we can see that 3% of people who are at risk turn to other people or turn to the services to ask for help. One quarter of people with high risk for having gambling problems did turn to other people or to services. And what kind of resources they turn to. So primarily, when we look at the first number, it's family members and friends. So this makes us think that, we need to destigmatize gambling, so people can feel comfortable to turn to someone in their environment to talk about their problems, to get some help, especially when we think about the pandemic, the lockdown, where all the services were almost inaccessible, and the only resource that was available is the others around us, either living with us in the same household or connecting with us through the internet. The other source of support that seem to be important are the health professionals, support groups like AA, helpline, and the chat option. And this was one of the striking results, because before the pandemic, when we did this study like 6-7 years ago, the chat option was almost not used at all. And here we have almost 1/3 of the gamblers who tried to get help did it through the chat option. And of course, we have almost a quarter of the participant who used a more formal, addiction treatment service, which are public or private. I just want to, those are very, very preliminary results, but what I want to show you is that peak that I circled in red is really the week of the lockdown, the beginning of the declaration by the World Health Organization and our government about the pandemic. So we can see that there is a peak in calling the helpline. But the most important is the second chart on the bottom of the screen. We can see that the proportion of people who call and talk about online gambling has increased significantly and is maintained over time. When we look also about, this is, I apologize, the title is still in French, but the use of telecounseling, which is like the counseling over remotely over the phone. It's a 5 session program that this helpline is providing. And we can see that there is an increase in the demand, but also the blue line in the bottom part of the figure is the proportion of online gambling. The the green is the total calls. So we can see that online gambling is really taking big part of those calls and is driving the trend actually. Now, another point that I would like to present is really about advertisement. We ask in our survey whether people think that they've seen or heard advertisement for online gambling and in which frequency. And why we ask those questions? Because we were literally bombarded by the advertisements in the province, and we wanted to get a sense about whether it's just impression or is it really something that happened. So 60% said yes, we have seen advertisement often, very often, and extremely often. And when we asked them whether it's more or less, at least 50 to 60% said it is more advertisement compared to before the pandemic. Now, I would like to maybe I extracted with whatever was available through our qualitative data. I extracted some information to show 4 things that are important to draw your attention to in terms of how people experience this increase in the advertisement and how it impacted their life. There are, sorry, I have to go back. There are the loyalty and retention. So it's about this online gambling environment and the operators' practices. So people talked about loyalty, about the accessibility and the ease to use those games, the diversification of the games, and the increase in advertisement and promotion. So when we ask them about how they perceive the gambling environment, which is very important, they raised those 4 points, and I would like to give you some extract of what they said. Those are usually risk factors that we consider for people who are gambling to experience more, to gamble more excessively and maybe experience harm. So some of them told us, like Dimitri is a lottery, scratch ticket, and instant lottery gambler. And he said, I won't say it's a stress, but at one point I was depositing at $40. And you see it go down. I'll have to put it back. It's not a stress, but I have to remember. Then there's no money in the account. They send it to you. Then as soon as you deposit the money, you buy back tickets before the draw. There's still, I won't say harassment, but a certain obligation that they send you all the time to have you as a customer. So he's talking about those vouchers or those free money that they said. So you get some offers and you put money in your account. And he is reflecting on how they really insist, and to some extent he talked about harassment, about not harassment, but soliciting gamblers to stay connected and play. The accessibility and ease, this participant told us, yes, I would say it's not the same dynamic. So we asked him about online and offline, because there is the sneaky side online that you don't realize because you're in comfort of your home. It's like just a little bit more. I'm referring to the time when I played a little bit more, and then it's true that you don't realize it. Just a little bit more, it goes quickly. But when you're at the casino in person, often you'll have the strategy of putting so much money in your pocket, and that's what you spend for the evening. When you're at home, it's all by credit card, so it's very easy to go over your self-imposed budget. the diversification, this gambler told us, sure, when you buy tickets, you buy one. After that, yep, this one is interesting. You take a scratch ticket, all the things you could do before, but now being online, it's easier. So before it was always a kind of Lotto Max is a ticket that I took. I used to take also the 649, another lottery, and pool is a scratch when it started. But after that, we realized that there were ball machines, and he's talking about slot machines. Then we started to play a little bit on that. So the landscape is changing. When we move online, there is diversification. There is one side that can give us access to many things, so it becomes attractive to move between the gambling activities. And finally, I'll finish with the advertisement. And this participant, Anthony, told us, I uninstalled the applications. Now I'm freaking out because I keep getting emails and text messages from online casino companies. And no matter how many times I block the numbers, they call back. So bottom line, there are those things that are happening online. The digital universe permits a lot of promotion, a lot of strategies to get people to play, and the one platform that is a one place to go and find all activities seem to be a way to push people to play more. So to summarize the main results, the data that we collected seem to show that online gambling has increased significantly, at least in the province of Quebec between 2018 and 2021. There has been an increase before the pandemic and was more accentuated, I should say, during the pandemic. New online gamblers are estimated to be around 4.6%, between 4.6 and 7.9. So I'm happy to really see that the numbers in Poland are not too far from what we got. The post-pandemic online gamblers participate in a variety of activities also. The other result is that continuing online gamblers, those who played before and after the pandemic, are more intense gamblers and report higher proportion of at-risk gambling. The activities that seem to be, winning the awards are day trading, slot machines, table games, so casino games. Those are the ones that increased the most during the first year of the pandemic. And we have seen that online gambling, with some of our results, is associated with negative as well as positive impacts on different life areas, including social, professional, and health-related issues. And finally, I can't finish without saying advertisement has been perceived as an increasing strategy during the first year of the pandemic. And so to conclude, I think I'm done, but it's very important to track the changes in online gambling migration and practices over time. We know that this was the first year, was unusual, much more severe measures, so we need to keep the tracking over time. And the regulation of online gambling is still a debate, and we need to think about how we regulate promotion and advertisement for sure. And of course, prevention strategies need to be adapted to online gambling. We have seen that the chat option is very interesting, very popular, or more popular than before. So we need to reach out to online gamblers where they are. And when they are online, we need to find ways to reach out to them online. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Sylvia. It was really a wonderful lecture. Please stay with us a minute if you can. Maybe there will be some questions from the room, but we'll collect questions to all three presenters. So just give me a minute. Czy są jakieś pytania? Komentarze?
Yes, I have a question to our colleagues from Lublin. Have you considered making your research method more precise depending on the type of the games that are played? Because from our perspective, it seems this could have a huge impact on your conclusions. So what gambling games are played during the pandemics, what's their effect, and what we might potentially do to counteract. Of course, from my perspectives, I'm talking about illicit slot machines, because in my opinion, they were there in the numbers that you were presenting, because when the official gaming arcades were locked down, you still saw offline gambling, then it must have been done illicitly.
Odpowiem krótko, mamy te dane.
Let me answer in short. Yes, we have the data, but we haven't analyzed it yet. Thank you. If I understood right, the Polish research, it was a joint project, because Sylwia mentioned that you worked together, but your results are quite diverse. Why is that? Because as I understood, in Canada there was an increase in online gambling, and in Poland you haven't confirmed this anticipated increase of online gambling during the pandemic. So what is the explanation to that? Well, first of all, our study populations were different. We looked at an offline gamblers population, and Sylwia was studying a total population of gamblers. So I think this is the main reason why you can see those discrepancies in the results.
I understand. Can you see any explanation for this? How would you explain it? So you have those offline game centers, arcade centers, or game rooms closed down, but game participants can choose other forms of gaming, and for instance, they can use online games. So why did not your hypothesis confirm itself? Well, we listened to the respondents and to their explanation why they decreased their involvement in gambling. The increase pertained to problem users. If we could have reached out to a wider population, then it would have been probably different. But we had problems with funding, and we had little time, hence results like this. So those problem gamblers, in their case, the intensity increased. Sylwia also presented the increase in online gaming in 2018-2021. This period was under research. In 2018, we also researched the intensity of online gaming. It was one of our e-games joint projects, and actually that was the time when this legal online casino in Poland was set up. So the numbers were really, really small, quite minor, and we explained it that way, that perhaps the familiarity of users in Poland with these online casinos is just not that great, hence such small parameters. But if we were to come up with a chart today, it would look similar.
Your study and the Bernadetta project also. But so far there is no yet questions to you. But we're discussing how different were the populations you were studying, and I'm very curious how the trend will continue in your future analysis, because it's very interesting, especially to see how lasting are those effects and what's going on. Yeah.
Can I add a response?
Oh, yes.
Yes. So I would like to say for the first question about the difference between Canada and Poland is that I think Bernadetta is pointing a good aspect, that is historically the time of legalizing online gambling is very important to consider. When we legalized online gambling in Quebec back in 2012, we didn't see really a quick response and an increase in the population. It took some time, and we were always happy to say, "Oh, we are doing very well compared to other countries, and our prevalence rate is much lower, and there is no increase." But it's a matter of time. So, and other countries legalized before Quebec and before Canada, and we almost waited a few years, and we observed the same trend. So the legalization is an important point, and as Bernadetta said, probably that if you do another study in this year and in a couple of years and over time, you will see that the trends are going to be, unfortunately, for more online gambling over the years.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm Fulvia Prever. Thank you so much, Silvia and Bernadetta, for this huge work. And I think your consideration is right. I mean, it's just a question of time and even of cultural environment. For example, Italy, which is much more similar to Poland in some sense, people are less connected, let's say, less online gambling. There is, especially women, for example. We have few research, but we had some, and then we have clinical observation. We didn't see a lot of migration on online gambling, especially on women that were really tied on offline gambling. So once it was closed, really closed, and there were not illegal gambling so much offline, it was a period of stop. And we didn't see them migrate online. So I was wondering if Silvia, that I know is very sensitive, and Bernadetta, took a look about the female percentage of your migration or not.
Hi, Fulvia. It's nice to see you remotely. So what we did, we didn't yet, we have those results, but I don't think we can disclose them because we need to double check and make sure that everything is correct. However, we conducted a study where we looked at only women, and we looked at their living conditions to see how they went through the first year of the pandemic. Um, um, in terms of their gambling habits, and what does it mean. And finally, there is a lot of stories and trajectories and diversity in women's experiences. One of them is, we have two situations: women's that have decided to go online because it's their escape, it's their time out. It becomes like their only way to face situations where they have to take care of children, of the household, to make schooling at home themselves instead of the school itself, and all the life responsibilities. So gambling was perceived as an escape, and we have other people or other women that said, well, I stopped gambling and I just refrained from it, and I was just living the confinement and the first year of the pandemic, and in a very organized way. So I think that and the presence of children seems to be an important factor according to our preliminary results.
I agree, it's a question of time too, because older women in Italy stayed offline and they stopped maybe gambling, especially when in therapy, while younger women with children, sometimes they find, but it's a question of time. I think in Poland, I think that Bernadetta had some ideas about what happened.
Nie mamy wyników, które jeśli o to
No,
chodzi, to
we don't have results.
We don't have the results according to gender, yeah? So.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Sylwia, thank you and dziękuję bardzo. To dla nas czas, żeby zamknąć
Thank you,
sesję.
ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time to close our session. I would like to extend my thanks to our interpreters who help us a lot, and they've been here with us since the morning. I would like to invite you to a dinner. A lot of interesting discussions still ahead of us, and I believe that we have a lot of food for thought.